सर मोबाइल आप थोड़ा ये कर सकते हैं
ऐसे करूं क्या? This is better?
Start.
Is it like this?
Yeah, good morning everyone. Welcome to today's online summit on next gen personality and career development, where today's focus state is West Bengal. Just for the convenience of deliberations, what we'll be doing is people and the speakers who are part of the panels will be keeping their audio and video on. And for other speakers, audio and video, we will keep mute and off as of now. And for audience also, whenever you are having any question, you can post it on YouTube and Facebook. We'll take up the questions, and accordingly in the panels, it can be taken care by the speakers and the moderator who is there in the panel. So in the today's session, basically the entire day is divided into 5 panel discussions. We'll be starting with the inaugural, and then we'll be having a panel discussion on beyond curriculum. After that, we'll be having a panel discussion on managing distractions. Proceeding, we will be having a panel discussion on next-gen career opportunities, followed by the panel discussion on soft skill and aptitude, which is the foundation of any career. And the concluding panel discussion will be on extracurricular activities to develop mind and body along with academia. So to start, I will first request Mr. Tanmay Banerjee, who is the chairperson of the Entrepreneurs Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Director RT Network Solutions Private Limited, to kindly welcome the guests. Mr. Banerjee, please.
Thank you, Shivam. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all students across the globe who have joined us today from various parts of the world, the esteemed educators and teachers and professors from various reputed institutions who have been with us today, who are with us today, and who have agreed to be a part of this fantastic session, which has been organized by the Entrepreneurs Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Industries. I would also like to invite all the industry stalwarts who are here with us today, who have given their time as we explore. This is an event which is slightly different from the events that we have on a regular basis. You find various people who in today's world, students are looking forward at different type of career options. Maybe 15 years down the line, when there were students, they used to have very clear-cut instructions. Either you are a science student, so you're going to be an engineer, or you're going to be a doctor. And if you are a commerce student, you're going to do a chartered accountancy, or you're going to get in the commerce line. But in the last 15, 20 years, this entire scenario has changed. In today's world, we see so many different options open in front of students, and even the students. I would like to congratulate the students who have also changed. With time, they're also changing. They are much, much more adapt to the changes which is happening across the world. We are seeing emerging technologies which are coming up. We are seeing different career options which are coming up. Previously, there was computer science as an engineering option, electronics as an engineering option. But nowadays, there are engineering options which are like data sciences, artificial intelligence. There are a lot of educators today. There are a lot of people from the different colleges today who will be giving you more explanations on this. So this as we embark on a transformative journey today, all throughout, this theme of this program, the Next Generation Personality and Career Development Online Summit. And since it's an online mode, as again you are seeing, initially we never used to think that an event of this magnitude can be carried out online. So this is again a change which has happened after COVID that we have been seeing. Nowadays, everything is possible online. You don't have to come physically. Today, maybe if it would have been a physical audience, we would have restricted it to 100 or 150. But today with this online thing, I think we have hundreds and thousands of students, educators, teachers, professors, industry people from all across the globe who are able to join us today to impart their knowledge to the students, to impart their experience. So this is a changing world. What we are seeing today is a totally different world what it was 5 years back. Through this program that we are organizing here today, we would like to empower and guide the young minds students from class 9 to class 12 who are on the verge of choosing a career for themselves because they are the future of tomorrow. Today they are standing at a crossroad when they have lots of things going on. They are hearing in the news channels, they are hearing in the internet, they are into the social media, they are listening to their friends, their teachers, their parents. So everybody is saying, why don't you become a data analyst? Why don't you become an artificial intelligence guy? Why don't you become an engineer, a doctor, a pilot? So they have hundreds of options open in front of them. A lot of them are confused. They don't know what to do. So, today's session, through all the mentors, the teachers, the experts of the industries who have gone through these questions again and again and again, and who through their experience have been able to find out, which is best for which person. Every student is different. Every student is different. They have their own criteria. They have their own set of positive things. They have their own weaknesses. They have their own strengths. So here we have the experts, the mentors, the teachers who can guide them today. Through all the sessions, you're going to hear experts speak about their experiences. From them, you try to learn what is it that you should look into. They will tell you all the plus points and the minus points of different types of careers which are available today to students. So since you are in class 9 today, you're absolutely on the right place, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you are on the way when you need to decide on what you want to do next. You should always do what you like to do in your life. You don't think that I have to be a XYZ, because every person is different and there is scope for everybody. So first of all, I think what you need to take is, what is your potential? What is it that you like? Because the career that you're going to take is going to be with you throughout your life. It is very, very important that what you want to do in your life makes you happy. If you are unhappy and if you're doing something, that's not going to go with you for a long term. You should be happy to go to office or to your workplace early in the morning rather than grudging, oh my God, I have to go to office again. If it's like that, it's not going to be a long-term thing. You got to be happy about whatever you're doing. You can be a singer, you can be a guitarist, you can be a data scientist, you can be an engineer, a doctor, but whatever you want to do, you do it what you would love to do. So, we would like to ignite a spark of inspiration to all these young minds, to these young people who are there today, and we would like to take you one step forward towards your dream, so that through this session today, which is going to be for the whole day, as Mr. Shivam just said, there will be various sessions, there will be various speakers who are going to be there, who are going to express their own views on various subjects. So try to learn from all that is being spoken by the experts today. Then you decide what you want to do. I'm sure you're going to have a very clear advantage. You go to various career counselors, maybe they tell you multiple things, but here you have people from the industry. Here you have the teachers, the educators who are constantly working with students, who know the various things. They will put all the positives and negatives in front of you. So try to absorb, try to take as much as you can from all these people, so that by the end of the day, once you are able to see all the sessions, you are much more clear in your mind what you would like to do. So I think this is an extremely good and different type of session for all the students who are going to be here with us today. And please be free to ask questions. If parents are there with students today, I would request all of you to please ask all your questions, be interactive. If you have any questions to any moderator, to any teacher, to any industry expert, which is not very clear to you, please ask them questions. Make this session informative for yourself. Make this session a learning process for yourself, so that at the end of the day, you're a happy person and you are much more clear about your goals and what you would like to do. I would also like to thank all the educators who have joined us today from across the globe. You are the teachers, the professors, the stalwarts of the industry, the owners of various educational institutions. You are the people who are nurturing the students in and out every day. You are the people who are actually making a difference in this world. You are the people who are guiding these young people. Young India, as our Prime Minister keeps on saying nowadays, young India is the future. So, and when they are coming to the schools, when they are talking to their teachers, when they are talking to their mentors, they are the people who are actually working on these young minds day in, day out. So I would like to thank all of you who have joined us here today for this Bengal Chambers event. And thank you for guiding all the students day in, day out. And please guide all the students here today so that tomorrow in the evening, they're clear about what they would like to do. So through our session today, we would like to explore personality development, career options, critical thinking abilities in students, leadership qualities, because as you see in today's world, just doing a subject, just learning a particular subject is not going to take you too forward in life. It's difficult, but then yes, you have to have some abilities in yourself, which is more than only your academics, only your books. You have to have that, because at the end of 10 years, 15 years, you will see that every person, whoever might be coming from whichever field, critical thinking is an extremely important part. You have to think clearly what you want to do. Leadership qualities, communication skills, these are very, very integral part of a person's career. So I'm sure all these things will be covered today. All these things will be touched upon today. So I welcome all of you to this fantastic session, which is going to happen for the whole day today. So let's start the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, as you very correctly mentioned, one of the core intentions of this summit was to carry the expertise of the industry, the educators to the masses. Because many a times what happens is when we are doing physical summit, it's very restricted to a limited number of people who are present in the conference. So through this, the intention is if this entire knowledge, the entire requirement, if it can be spread to the masses. So I think throughout this session, we'll be able to achieve that. And with that, I'll request our guest of honor, Mr. Simarpreet Singh, who is the director of GIS Group, to kindly give his address. In fact, Mr. Singh himself is a young entrepreneur and an educator. So we look forward to hear from you. Mr. Singh.
Good morning, Shiva. At the onset, let me thank BCCI and Mr. Tanmay Mukherjee for having me here. I have gone through the session that we have planned today. It looks like a very wonderful session. I look forward to hearing from the eminent speakers that are present today. The topic that has been selected, next-gen personality and career development, is very important in today's world. As Mr. Tanmay already mentioned about the challenges of the current economy, critical thinking, and the various career options, I just want to add that from a knowledge-scarce economy, which India was over the world was a few years ago, where knowledge was limited to a few people. Now we entered a stage where knowledge is available throughout to everyone. But the challenge is different now. Challenge is how do you utilize that knowledge anymore? Because what now we have seen ChatGPT and various AI tools taking over the internet by storm. We have to realize that we are competing with a world where everything is changing so fast that if we don't update ourselves, we won't have a purpose in any sector that we're working on. If there's a lot of human cry about AI taking over job, but if you carefully see in the last 2-3 months, a lot of new age AI companies have come up in the US and various parts of the world, where the job creation has been much more pace than the job that has been lost by AI. So I request all the young students that are present today, the most important thing is that you have to keep on researching, you have to keep on updating yourself, and look out for opportunities all around you, because in today's world, there's no lack of opportunities. Earlier used to be only doctors, engineers, and traditional courses. Now in computer science, BBA, BCA, so many specialization, and even digital gig economy is a very good sector nowadays. Nowadays, you see in the YouTube content creators earning crores of money in a year. So the options that are available in today's world are much more than which we used to get even 10 years ago. And but the thing is that there are certain skills that are required now, which earlier it was not mentioned, not so much prevalent. Skills that critical thinking that Mr. Tanmay mentioned, the interaction with human, the teamwork, the team building. How do you work with humans? So much of computer work is happening, but we forgot how to work with as a team. So these are the skills that will be required in the coming days. Creative thinking, because computer can't have a creative mind. They can only give the data that we have given them in the last few years. What new can be done? What innovation can be done? Here, the Prime Minister also has so many schemes like Startup India, Stand Up India, Make in India. So we request all the students to look out for the schemes of the government of India, because India is in a very good position right now. And the job market or the entrepreneurship market is very much present in India. I think India has a lot of scope of entrepreneurship. And if done correctly, the Indian students are preferred all over the world. And we can actually make an impact in the world economy, and we can become the second largest, third largest world economy by 2030. And as we embrace and we venture into the future, we too vital to embrace the change as well. The emotional intelligence and communication skills, as I mentioned before, are often underestimated, but play a significant role in career development. Mastering effective communication, both verbal and written, along with active listening, empowers you to express ideas and connect with others effectively. Develop empathy, conflict resolution, teamwork skills, and as they are essential for success in any workplace environment. And the last thing that I want to mention is lifelong learning. Gone are the days when you used to have a degree or a school education and forget about the upgrading ourselves. The train, retrain model that a lot of edtech startups are working, I think we have to embrace that fact. And we have to be lifelong learners and be connected with the changing pace of this thing and learn about new thing. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, but in my sector that I work, I have to learn about engineering, pharmacy, medicines, and all. I'm upgrading myself. So if I don't upgrade myself, people will not take me seriously. So this is applicable to all in every sector. That if you don't upgrade yourself, don't learn about what is happening in the world, then no one will take you seriously. And this is the only advice I can give you: that keep on updating yourself, keep on researching, keep on doing research, because research is the only thing that makes a difference from computers, because they can't do own research. They can only do whatever research that we are given. So if you focus on the research mindset, I think we can grow a lot and students can benefit a lot. With this, I want to thank you everyone for having me here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. In fact, thank you for sharing your wonderful insights. And one very important thing is you had mentioned, and which is very important, is the different kind of career opportunities which has come, which was not there maybe 5 years or 10 years back, like YouTubing and various other skills which is there. And one most important thing which you have mentioned, it is about lifelong learning. That is something which, in fact, we are seeing that every 5 years, 10 years, technology is changing. Entire, the career perspective itself is changing. So people need to keep upgrading themselves regularly, as you have pointed out. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for sharing all the beautiful insights. So thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Thank you, Mr. Singh. And with this, we will proceed to the first panel discussion. The first panel discussion we are having on Beyond Curriculum. This panel discussion is being moderated by Mr. Subrata Datto, who is the Managing Director with the George Telegraph Group. We would like to share his profile. Welcome, sir. Good morning and welcome, sir. In the panel, we are having Ms. Pratidhi Bhattacharya, who is the Secretary General and CEO, Sri Sikshayatan Foundation and Sri Sikshayatan School, Kolkata. Good morning and welcome, ma'am. You would like to share Mrs. Bhattacharya's profile? Good morning and welcome, ma'am.
She has to unmute herself.
You are okay. We are unmuting from here.
Yes, actually, I was trying and I was not able to do it because I think you have unmuted, muted me.
For the ease of deliberation, like panel by panel.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We are sharing profile of Srimati Bhattacharya. Next in the panel, we have Mr. Vivekananda Mukherjee, who is the Senior Coordinator of Delhi Public School from Durgapur. Good morning, sir. Is it audible? Yeah, you can kindly unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Great pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Next in the panel, we have Mr. Rajesh Surana, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Magnus Global School from Bardhaman. Good morning, Mr. Surana. Welcome to the panel.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I cannot start my video. I think you need to unlock it.
Is it okay now?
Let me just check. No, I cannot start. Because it seems it has been stopped by the host. Yeah, I can. Okay, thank you. Good morning,
Good morning.
everyone. Good morning. It's definitely my pleasure to be here, and thanks to BCCI for including me in this panel discussion.
Thank you. Next in the panel, we have Ms. Kamalpreet Kaur, Principal of Narula Public School from Hooghly. Good morning, Ms. Kaur. If you'd like to share her profile.
A very good morning, everyone. Yes, a very good morning. Yes. And it's a privilege to be a part of this August panel. And I'm looking forward to the deliberations.
Thank you so much. I'll request
Yes,
session chair, Mr. Subrata Datto, to kindly take forward the session.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the online session titled Beyond Curriculum. Books and notes, examination schedule, and scores dominate us, isn't it? So what do? We study more and more. Parents and teachers talk to us on how we should get prepared to score more marks so that we get admission into a good college. That is essential. Parents and teachers are concerned because we have to be successful in life, isn't it? This is an important juncture of your life, my dear students. You have time to debate, deliberate, eliminate, and rethink. Success is essential. If we all agree to this proposition, then we must learn to appreciate the importance of beyond curriculum. Let's make beyond curriculum an important element of our everyday life as we weave our minutes and moments to be successful. Beyond curriculum is actually fun, isn't it? It's like the activity period, the sports period. We wait for it. It's a stress buster and happiness generator. Remember, sports period makes us happy because there is no syllabus. Annual sports event in school is always a happy day because it holds promise of accolades, medals, trophies. Some win, some lose, and some generate determination to score better the next time. Think of sports and events associated with it from the perspective of beyond curriculum. Sports teaches us application of knowledge, which is essential to achieve success in life. Sports or group projects encourages students to work together to develop vital communication and collaboration skills. These vital skills aren't just useful in school, but essential for life. Respected teachers, think of more empathy as a part of teaching. You can provide for students facing difficulties or requiring emotional support in or outside the school life. this method of education is a must for students struggling in traditional schooling due to emotional problems or issues at home. Problem solving, critical thinking, as Simarjit and Tonmoy said some time back, and decision making are important factors in children's development. They provide active ways to weave this in lesson plan, benefits the students immensely. Hence, what makes teachers great is their ability to go beyond the curriculum, inspiring and encouraging their students with other engaging activities. Teaching beyond the curriculum is a must for educators who enjoy going above and beyond for their students or are always looking for new ways to engage their classes. Teaching beyond the curriculum is necessary for the students to help them to succeed. So I think what BCCNI has done today is simply remarkable, excellent, because going beyond the curriculum is the need of the hour. And educators should get together to see that in each and every school, there are activities beyond curriculum. Cooperation from all the educators, I think, is a necessity so that students, they don't just stick to their syllabus and become myopic. They have to go beyond the syllabus, go beyond the curriculum, and learn so many other things which life teaches us. And we can give them that opportunity in school by engaging them in different activities beyond curriculum, be it sports, be it music, be it public speaking. They have to get groomed all around to be successful in life. As I said earlier, it is application of knowledge that counts to be successful. And in life, nothing succeeds like success, my dear students. In fact, success justifies life. So if you have to be successful in whatever field you want to go to, you have to learn application of knowledge. And for that, all of you have to go beyond curriculum as well. Thank you so much, everybody. I will now start with the session. I will ask Mrs. Brototi Bhattacharya, as an educator, do you admit it is time to look through a new lens at beyond curriculum?
A very good morning. A very good morning, Mr. Datta, and thanks to BCCI for this lovely topic and discussion. Coming straight to your question, Mr. Datta, definitely it is very important, and we are talking about own self life and the life which is beyond the curriculum. This is not a thought which has come just today. It was also thought earlier. Probably we are structuring it more, which goes along with our curriculum. Our chairman of this, particular, this entrepreneur committee mentioned about being happy. And Simarjit has talked about lifelong learning. If I take these two, being happy is something which Maslow had spoken, of self-actualization, which is, going to that level where I look after myself, I look after my community. So just doing a rote learning inside the classroom and passing some examination will actually not help me in getting a job or getting along with people. So it has to be beyond curriculum that one needs to think over. And nothing is static. Everything changes with time. And I think the biggest change that we have seen, because our seniors have seen, life in a very different way. Our country was together, it was not partitioned, and they have seen different, things about life. But what we have seen in the last 2 years, it has really taught us, and it has taught us how to accept this change. And when we talk about this change and the beyond curriculum, that, just to be very brief here, that it is not only that I look for change among the students. The change has to be among faculty members, the management, all the stakeholders, even parents. And we say that you have to be prepared. How prepared are you to take up those changes which we do not know what is coming? Because we talk about this VUCA world, a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. And if that is so, how do we put values to all these volatile things? And when we say uncertain, yes, it is uncertain. If there are uncertainties, then how do we take those precautionary measures? How do we prepare ourselves? And if there are complexities, how do we collaborate? How do we make our children do critical thinking? And if it is ambiguous, how do we adapt to such ambiguous world? So these are things, it is not, we can say, and teachers have a very, very tough situation, especially in our country. I think I stop here because there are other speakers and we have more to talk about this subject. But yes, to say it is very important that we talk about something much more than what is just written in the book and the examination, a 360-degree development of a student, the teacher, the management, and everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Bhattacharya. Your words are really valuable, not only to the students, but also to all the panel members attending this session. Now, let us hear from Mrs. Kamalpreet Kaur. Should students be encouraged to devote time to extracurricular activities? Mrs. Kaur, over to you.
Yes, Mr. Datta, thank you. This is a very insightful question, and I would at the outset, like to say that it is not extracurricular, it is co-curricular. When we say extra, we say that it is over and above and not so important. Extra connotates that it's not an important aspect, but it's something which is extra. But co-curricular, which is the more, contemporary use of the co-curricular activity.
Goes along with the curriculum.
It goes along, and we have integrated it beautifully for the holistic, as Madam Bhattacharya has stated, that it's a 360-degree perspective of a child's personality, the holistic development of the child's personality. So co-curricular activities are very, very important, and we have integrated them beautifully. You call about NEP 2020, and even before that, NEP 2020 definitely talks about joyful, experiential learning. If I were to say that Madam Anita Karwal has beautifully described that this new education policy aims at making education more experiential, holistic, integrated, character building, inquiry driven, discovery oriented, learner centered, discussion based, flexible, and more joyful. So these are such beautiful concepts, and the teachers, the faculty, as most of the educators and administrators would agree, the teachers have to live it out, practice the precept. So integration comes in different ways. I would just, for example, say that the Ek Bharat, Shreshth Bharat initiative, which involves the art integration, the visual and performing arts, integrating different cultures and the different states and union territories, learning more about them, pairing one state with another state, then uploading the document that talks about skill also. The skill set needs ICT integration, the technical know-how which has come about in a beautiful dimension. And we have integrated and learned everything throughout the last 2 years, wherein, the COVID has tested our potential as educators. We've upgraded our skills. And I particularly believe what Alvin Toffler says, that the ability of the students, of the teachers, of the administrators to learn, unlearn and relearn mark the skill set of the 21st century. So education is all about curriculum and co-curricular, which includes, as you had beautifully mentioned, the integration of HPE, health and physical education activities, which are very, very important, because we all know that a healthy mind, a healthy whatever development we are aiming at to see, in the students, it involves that the children know how to take care of their health, know about meaningful transition between curriculum and co-curricular. So all these things, they go a long way, Mr. Datto, to make our planning as educators more meaningful and well integrated. Thank you.
Right, Mrs. Kaur, you really spoke the right words. They are also so very true. And since you're the principal of a school, you must be applying all that you have said.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. We have a lot of opportunity given by the CBSE design also these days, because subject enrichment activities are very important for teaching a particular subject, and that expect all the educators to go and move beyond the curriculum. Gone are the days when we used to source third-party vendors for giving us softwares for different subjects, because now we have so much open content available that the teachers, they should know how to integrate the same with their teaching learning processes. And we do that day in, day out. We have beautiful infrastructure. Our managing director, the JIS Group managing director, Mr. Taranjeet Singh and Mr. Simarpreet Singh, they take an active, interest in the integration of all these dimensions. And we have a beautiful platform for integrating the visual and performing arts. There is a design for assembly presentations, which, harp upon the students' communication skills, the development of soft skills, and impetus is laid on character building and values integration also, because, this is the noblest profession. We are nurturing children to face the world, which is like the VUCA world, as Madam Bhattacharya has pointed out. So we do, integrate experiential learning to a great extent. Demonstration of those skill set is done in the school, premises. The school is a beautiful platform to nurture the students' skills. And I'm very grateful to the organization, because after serving in the metropolitans for more than 2 decades, I found that, being the founder principal of a school is very interesting and very challenging, because we are applying all the skill set that we have learned through our journey as educators in the metropolitans. And now that, I'm working in a village scenario, it's beautiful. The tangible outcomes, the learning outcomes that we see in the village children, it's like amazing, it's humbling, and I'm so grateful to the Almighty that we have this opportunity of working at the ground level and making a difference in the lives of the students. Thank you.
Great to know, Mrs. Kaur. You are doing a wonderful job. Now I'll move on to Mr. Mukherjee. Mr. Vivekananda Mukherjee, Senior Coordinator of DPS. Mr. Mukherjee, what would you say if someone says beyond curriculum should not gain priority at a time when students are prepared and trained to accept competition as a way of life?
Thank you for this question. Is the most relevant question of this time, the most relevant questions, because I can give this answer into three parts, I could say. First of all, I can tell you that how these things has came into the picture, why students are prepared and trained for the accept the competition as their way of life. Secondly, the adverse effect of it, the adverse effect of this approach or attitude. And thirdly, that the things beyond curriculum, how it helps to develop the personality and overall development, and not only that, how it improve the adverse situation. So first of all, I can tell you from my life experiences that when a student start doing well in academics from class 9 onwards, the parents has decided 2 career options for them. One is either the student must be a doctor, his or her child must be a doctor, or engineer, right? They do not have any other career options. They are forced to choose these 2 as a career option. And I can tell you some certain ground reality that there are 16,000 seats are available in IITs and in 23 in IITs, and 24,000 seats are available in 31 NITs. And not only that, only 48,000 seats are there in government medical colleges. And the number of aspirants was almost 11 lakhs this year in JEE and 20 lakhs in NEET. So you can imagine the difference, the discrepancy between the demand and supply, right? So very few students get succeeded in those things, and those are not succeeded. What happens to them? They become, depressed. They're losing their confidence, and they're like anything. They're doing like anything. I can tell you a very hard statistics. In 2021, almost 13,000 students committed suicide. Out of that, 1,000 students below 18 age, and they have committed suicide just because of the failure of the examination. So another very, very important statistics I would like to share, that last year, almost 103 students died, committed suicide. Those are from esteemed institutions. Almost 33 students from IIT, 29 students from central universities, 24 from NITs, and most shocking, 4 from IIM. So they are extremely good in academics. They have achieved everything in their life, but still they have committed suicides. Why? Because they have not developed the life skills. The life skills, which is essential part of the life, which can protect them from all these evil thoughts, all this evil work. Like they have not developed the life skills, and the life skill is the most important thing, which cannot be achieved, which cannot be developed through academics. So whether the things which are beyond curriculum can help them to improve these things. So I have told these 2 things, that how the things has come into the picture, why the students are forced to choose the career competition as their way of life, and second, what is the adverse effect of it. Now I can tell you that what are the different things, how it can improve the situation. So basically, the things which are beyond curriculum definitely is required for the holistic development of a child, the overall all-round development of a child. In that way, they can develop the qualities like critical thinking, as you have already mentioned, creativity, communication, collaborations, adaptability. This kind of qualities can only be achieved, only be developed through the different kind of things which are beyond curriculum. And another thing I must tell you is a very, very important thing. We never think about that. Not all the students are equally equipped and interested in traditional academic subjects. I always give the examples of Bollywood movies because people can easily correlate with that. 2 movies like Tare Zameen Par, where we have seen a child was, has a disease and who was extremely good in painting and succeeded in painting. And another is 3 Idiot movie, where the students follows their passion. Like the students who is not good in engineering has chosen wild photography as career option and succeeded in life. So it happens, the students must get the opportunity to explore their talents, explore their interest. And definitely that can only be done, the things which are beyond curriculum. And another very, very important thing, very much relevant of this time, that is world is evolving rapidly. And employers increasingly value skills which goes beyond academic knowledge. Like they always looking forward towards the leadership quality, like abilities to, this kind of things, the leadership quality or the practical experiences, which can only be achieved or developed through the things which are beyond curriculum. And definitely it also what I have seen that as I'm teaching from class 9 to 12, I'm directly contact with the students. And what I have seen that for the higher studies, especially the studies in USA and abroad, they give lots of emphasis on the skills, that how the students can do social service, how the students have different kind of skills apart from academics. They give lots of emphasis on that. And while recommending students, while giving the recommendation to the letter to the students, while I was a university professor, I have seen when the students pursue MBA in the foreign universities or PhD in the foreign universities, they give lots of emphasis on these skills. So definitely, I always say that everything is connected with everything. Nothing is wasted. Like if whenever the students thinks about the beyond curriculum, the first thing come to in their mind, possibly that thing may kill their time. The academics will be hampered. So leave this. I have seen up to class 8 student can continue everything. But 9 onwards, they think that, okay, board exam has come. So we have to stop this extracurricular or co-curricular activity, which may hamper our academics. But unfortunately, these are the very required things which may burn out the stress in life, and which are the essential part of the life skills. So that much I could say, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. You have laid a lot of stress on skill development in your speech. And no doubt it is very, very essential.
May I add something here? Because he has mentioned that.
Sure.
You see, if you look at the national education policy, and what he said that, the aspiration level is so high that people are committing suicide. To take cognizance about that, and not that everybody has the potential, studies have become more learner-centric, and these skills are being being developed from a very young age. So life skills or, skill related subjects are being introduced from a very, very junior class. So the aspiration levels go beyond those being an engineer and a doctor. And, it is opening with vocational subjects being integrated with your other subjects, general subjects. Earlier, people would be just tagging people saying that because you're not good in the general subjects, you are getting vocational. It is not like that anymore. It is all being integrated. So they are given equal importance because we are very different people. And because we are different people, we have different capabilities. And one cannot say that the person who is an engineer is better than another person. Because, end of the day, I need an employment. I need to be happy. As I said, self-actualization. And I have to make other people happy also, because they also should be dependent on me, on my job. So these are things which needs to be developed. No, as I said, it is not only developing students. Very important that we develop the parents. It is extremely important that our teachers are continuously developed, because we all come from homes, and we are impacted with values which are there in my home. So when we talk about inclusivity also, we bring in a lot of things in the classroom. So, it is a journey and it'll take some time, I understand. Thank you.
Well, the George Telegraph Training Institute, the parent organization of the George Telegraph Group, we started skill development in the year 1920, 103 years ago. So, I know and I appreciate how important skill development is for each and every student. Learning a skill is, I think, nowadays really essential. So I'll move on to Mr. Surana, and I will ask him a question on skills. Engagement beyond curriculum is important, but it is also essential to identify skills embedded in every student. Do you agree with this statement? And how do you react to this?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I do agree with the statement. See, beyond curriculum, we already discussed that they are basically, we call it as an extracurricular or a co-curricular activities that goes along with the regular academic curriculum. And these activities provide the students with opportunities to explore their interest, develop the new skills, maybe broaden their horizons beyond what is taught in the classrooms. Now, engaging in these beyond curriculum activities allows the students to discover their passions, maybe like as you talked about, developing important life skills and well-rounded education. Now, these activities, as we have mentioned already, like it can include different spheres, like can be sports, can be music, can be drama, or different other things which is being done in the school nowadays. And apart from actual skill development, they also help in development of the soft skills like teamwork, leadership skills, communication, critical thinking. But it is also important, not just talking about the beyond curriculum activities, to understand and recognize what skills are embedded in each student. Every student, we know very well that like our 5 fingers are not of equal. We know that every student possesses unique skills, unique talents, abilities, or the strength that they may not always align with what we teach them in traditional academic curriculum. So it is important for us as an educators, teachers in the classroom to identify those skills in the students. And by understanding the skills that we are embedded in those students,
Is there any network issue?
Yes, I think so.
We can't hear Mr. Surana.
There is.
Mr. Shivam, would you please look into this?
His video is also not functioning.
Yeah, his audio, video, both have stopped. So,
I'm looking into it. I'm checking it.
so shall we continue with Mr. Surana or proceed with the session?
Sir, you may please proceed with the session. I'm checking Mr. Surana's. Ajay, he's there online now.
Okay, great.
No, I think again he's facing some problem. I'm checking his connection. You may please proceed with the.
Okay, so we don't wait for him to be online once again. So let's continue with Mrs. Kaur.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like beyond curriculum activity, which you said co-curricular activity, and I agree with you 100% that should it be an everyday engagement with the students?
Yes, sir. It's important to pair music, histrionics, public speaking, elocution, and we do that on a regular basis because our school assembly on a daily basis is a projection of some kind of teamwork, some kind of public speaking, music, and a lot of, confidence building, as I would say. And children look forward to being a part of the morning assembly. We start the day on that note. And that is the time when we infuse yoga also. So that is like a very healthy start to the day. Healthy not only in terms of exercising, but in terms of building up other skill sets also. And then the children proceed to attend their different academic subjects according to the schedules that we have assigned them. So it's a very joyful learning. And sir, I would like to share that when the government had asked us to declare holidays due to the heat wave, our students, they jointly requested me that they want to continue coming to school because they love being in school. So that was a big pat on the back for all of us. And we had to continue with the classes during the, the cool hours of the day before midday. I rescheduled and said, not only that, but I'd like to, start from where Mr. Surana was speaking. He had taken up a beautiful, topic. He was speaking
once you finish,
on a
I'll
very
go back to him
relevant.
again.
Yes, he was speaking on a very relevant issue that yes, our students need to be guided because there is a lot of peer pressure. There is a lot of parental pressure. And I've seen that in my previous assignments when I was guiding or heading the K-12 schools, there was a lot of dilemma in the selection of subjects and streams, especially, sir, when they had to make a decision in grade 10 about their successive, years of education. So therein, we were very happy that my school counselors, they used to administer the GATB, the General Aptitude Test Battery to the students, wherein, a technically aided, guideline used to appear for the students, and they used to be guided, mapping their interest and ability quotient. Because I cannot say today that I want to be a good, singer or a musician, but, I don't know whether I have that ability set or not. So mapping the interest and the ability quotient through a general aptitude test battery is something which I have been doing. It's a good practice that I wish to share with my co-panelists. That is immensely helpful. There are parents, particularly who, coerce their students to take up science streams, medical, non-medical, in pursuit of those engineering and medical professions. But then, that is the best way to counsel them that your child probably has the ability but no interest, or vice versa. That test, that aptitude test battery, it maps the interest and the ability quotient, so that, there are no wrong choices made. There is no lament. And as our co-panelist had just mentioned, that there are suicide cases. There are cases where the children feel low because of the wrong choices they made, or maybe the peer pressure. Yes, life skills definitely is a way to, help our students become confident about their own, existence, their own personality, how valuable life is. But then, this general aptitude test battery has been immensely helpful for my counselors, for my students. They make informed choices. And I need to add that CBSE has come up with the beautiful compendium of career and education pathways after their grade 12. So it's an online resource which is available. I will type it in the chat, and whoever wishes to use this resource, for especially the students who are just, out of grade 12 or in grade 11, they can make informed choices about which college they wish to go, which course they wish to take. It's a very extensive compendium of career choices, the institutions that offer certain courses. And this is immensely helpful for the students to make informed choices in their lives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaur. I move on to Mr. Surana once again. Sorry, Mr. Surana, your speech got interrupted due to...
I know there's some networking issue. I'm traveling actually today, so maybe that's the reason. Yeah. So basically what I was telling is what is important to understand the individual strength of each of the student. And it is important for the teachers to acknowledge that and tailor the teaching mechanism accordingly. If we can tailor the learning experience to suit the individual needs and the interests of the student, I think they'll be more engaging, they'll be understanding in terms of where they would like to proceed. And it can be in terms of giving them specialized resources, offering advanced or specialized courses in their choice of line, and facilitate mentorship. What has happened traditional in the classroom that we go with the same curriculum, teach everything to the same curriculum to every student, which may not be suitable. So in today's world, it is really important to understand the individual student need and tailor our curriculum accordingly. So, and that is what will basically lead to the holistic development. Okay, so that's about what I wanted to say in this.
Thank you, Mr. Surana. You have really raised a very important point that each student should be treated separately because each student is different. And not only that, what I feel is that communication skills, personality development, this should be embedded in the curriculum of the students. This should be a part of their studies, of their syllabus, because communication skills and personality development would really help them to go forward in life, to apply themselves in life. Because, as I said earlier, application of knowledge is very essential. And the way you apply it, the way you present yourself to the world, So that is very important. So learning life skills is really an essential part of education these days. Now I would like to know the views of Mrs. Bhattacharya on the importance of beyond curriculum to generate employment opportunities.
Well, I think we have spoken enough on different areas, and we are talking about, what should be. Now, this should be and what is a reality, there is a big gap. Why there is a big gap? I think all of you have said, and even Mr. Surana has just now spoken about mapping. Now, when you say about mapping, that means we are all accepting that children are different. And it is, since, I also look into higher education, and we also have a management school, we see that experiential learning is not only stationed in, that we start only from the young age. Even when they are going to higher education, all of them need to be connected with what the industry requires. So we have seen many a times a child may be very, very good in academics, but has not been so good when it comes to taking up employment. They have not been so successful because we have always measured success with a 3-hour examination per subject. And we have always said this person has got highest in commerce, highest in science, highest in this. Then what happens? Are we not tagging these things and actually making life difficult for the children? Yes, we are. We are to be blamed for such things that we tag on. Because what you're saying that when they have to be ready for employment, what I mentioned right initially, at the initial stage, that we have to develop our personality 360 degree. Do I get along with people? Mr. Vivekananda Mukherjee talked about people suiciding. Why am I suiciding? That means I'm not able to accept my failure. And I actually have not failed. I've been eliminated. I'm not being tagged as the worst student. There are limited seats, and even for 0.0% people don't get. That does not mean that, I am bad. I may be successful somewhere else, but such things have to be embedded when we are all talking to our students. We keep doing this. Till class 8, we do not have rights to education is there, and nobody is told that, they have failed. Even in 9 and 10, when they go to 9, this, actually face this difficult situation when we tag students that you're failing. What is this failing? And why do we say that you have failed? Because everybody's learning style, learning speed differs. So I may not fail, I may take a bit of a more time. You are giving me 9 months because other times, you have examination and other things. So, when we say that you fail, we are actually labeling the child. What are we doing, to see that nobody is left behind? How do we take care of that? Once we take care of this, then, the question of being employed, getting employed becomes easier. I've also talked about vocational subjects. We need to create that aspiration from a very young age, and we need to look into our curriculum, how we can also make a person feel very powerful. We talk about empowerment of every child. In fact, our institute is 103 years old, and we started with this motto that everyone should be empowered. We all have our strengths. We are talking about multiple intelligence. How do we map those multiple intelligence with the curriculum? That means it has to be learner-centric, unique curriculum. And with artificial intelligence, with machine learning, this should become easy for the child to aspire and move forward, because we have to push children and make them, stand, so that stand with that empowerment within self, being proud of oneself, that, well, I have these qualities and I can survive for myself. I can be also a contributor in this society. So that thing has to be there among all of us, So when we talk about, on learning environment, Mrs. Kaur has mentioned that, yes, we start with the assembly. Even in our school, we have our principal, Sangeeta Tandon, we have our headmistress, Mrs. Mukherjee, they both, look after, one looks after the junior, the other looks after senior. They all start their day with the morning assembly. And the morning assembly is one place, where each person is given some kind of activity which they perform, because these are part of life. And it also includes teachers, because teachers are also part of that, because they are also organizing these things together. And we talk about sustainable development. How do you look after your climate? How do you look after your environment? What is the gardener doing? What is the plumber doing? What is the carpenter doing? So these are things which are there within the learning environment, and how do you work with this? And when I'm talking about higher education, even the management students are working with financial, how finance can be raised by the villagers. So they are going out in the field and working with them, so that they become, employed in the best possible way. Another thing I would request, because this is a platform, a lot of industry people are there. I think industry people need to have this attachment with the educational institute. When we are talking about mapping, the mapping also has to be with my requirement of the industry. What is the requirement of the industry? How many engineers in a year do you require? You cannot produce engineers and not give them jobs. You cannot have a medical, patients and not have doctors. You are not having doctors when you need so many doctors in the country. So why are you restricting that? Have more such institutes so that people can, fulfill their aspiration level. If you need lawyers, give that mapping. So it has to be, top-down attachment with industry, academia, political leaders, everything together. So that's how I think probably, as I said, it's a... Yes, tell me, Mr.
Bhattacharya, you spoke my heart, I also totally believe that education should be demand-driven. There has to be industry, academia partnership, and we have to collect the demand from the industry and train our students accordingly to meet the gap. Okay.
Because you will realize that, people don't come into school teaching. Why? Because the salary levels are not matching with the industry. Everybody wants to go and join the industry. So let industry people then come and spend a number of hours with the educational institute.
Right.
Anyway, I get very emotional when I speak, because
I absolutely agree. I absolutely.
Mrs. Bhattacharya, there cannot be any motion without emotion.
And 7 years I have done investment banking, so I have seen the life of a corporate sector, and I'm with students. Students really need that, and so all of us have to come together.
So
we have to
absolutely
really
agree,
think. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kaur.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I beg your pardon, sir. But this is very important. Aligning the industry with the education is very important. What is the, especially, when we see that there is a lot of impetus being given to education these days at the elementary level, at the secondary, higher secondary level, alignment with industry and making it more meaningful is very, very important. And I appreciate the structure of the education system in different other countries, because they make education so meaningful and industry driven. Now, I'm also, aware of the fact that there are certain courses which may be semi-professional, professional, which offer internships. And that is the gateway to getting a good, placement. I hope that the other courses like the humanities or the debate that is on in the higher education circles is providing internships, and these have come down now, trickled down with the skill education becoming a part of the school system. They have trickled down to the middle segment and the secondary segment, as well as the senior secondary segment, wherein a lot of emphasis is being given to aligning the industry and the internships of a few hours. That is, a part of our national education policy, and it's come about at the school level also. This integration and alignment with the industry. And here I would also like to add another point, taking a cue from what Mr. Surana and Madam Bhattacharya just spoke about. It's about the differentiated instruction. Yes, the learning needs are different in a class, and we need to train the teachers to impart differentiated instruction following the theory, Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. Yes, differentiated instruction makes a lot of difference because the teachers are able to map the learning gaps, and we are able to help the children in a better way, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You're right, Mrs. Kaur. We have to prepare our students according to the requirements of the employers.
Yes.
Okay. As I said earlier, it has to be demand driven. And Mrs. Bhattacharya rightly said so. Now I will move on to Mr. Mukherjee. Mr. Mukherjee, you belong to DPS Durgapur. Are your students responding to activities beyond curriculum? You have to unmute your.
Yes. Yes, actually, when I have seen in my school, as a student, there are a large number of ADMS teachers. They train the students, and students are so much excited whenever there is a program, whenever there is an activity like Durga Puja Assembly or World Music Day or World Dance Day or Yoga Day. Whatever the program was there, majority of the students shows their interest. They devote their time, valuable time, and they actively participated in all the events. Even I can tell you one event like few months back we have celebrated Basant Utsav, like Holi celebration. That time I have seen that 1,500 students has participated in that event. So they are enjoying the things, they are participating very actively, and we are able to communicate with the parents. We have tried to we have able to convince the parents that these are very much required skills, these are very much required activities which are essential to develop the life skills and which are required for the overall development of the student. So in my school, whenever any programs comes, you can find every corner of the school. They are practicing song singing, they're practicing music, they're practicing dance. Everywhere you can feel the vibration, and it feels so good to see them performing on the stage. And sometimes you feel so amazed the way they perform, they perform like professional artists. So actually in my school, like the environment is too good and it creates a positive vibrations which can be propagated in everywhere, and it has only a positive impact.
Right. My next question is to Mr. Surana. We don't have much time. We were discussing about beyond curriculum and employment opportunities and all that. So curriculum is important. So is beyond curriculum to generate new areas of employment. Do you think it is time to rethink time management in favor of beyond curriculum? Should we devote more time to beyond curriculum?
Hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, the engagement in the beyond curriculum definitely is valuable for our the students' personal development and exploring the new opportunities for the employment. But it's definitely important to strike a balance between what we call as a curriculum and what we call as a beyond curriculum, because both have a very good significance in a student's education, and we cannot really prioritize one over the other. Because the basic curriculum that we are teaching in the school forms the foundation of the academic learning and providing the essential knowledge and the skills in the various subjects. Now, this particular thing that what we call as a regular curriculum, it covers a broad range of topics and definitely ensures a well-rounded education. Now, if we neglect the curriculum entirely in favor of the beyond curriculum to pursue further opportunities, the basic curriculum actually may lead to a lack of foundational knowledge and skills, and which they may then hinder the overall academic progress and limit the future options. We cannot ignore the regular curriculum in favor of the beyond curriculum. And on the other hand, beyond curriculum activities also offer different opportunities for students to explore their interests, develop the new skills, gain the experience outside
I think we have lost him again.
Thinking about the time management in favor of solely about the beyond curriculum, I think it is essential to have a good balanced approach that allows both academic and non-academic pursuit. Effective time management skills are essential, and as educators, it is our responsibility that we make them learn how important it is to balance between the both. And that is where I think schools plays a major role, because parents will always putting a pressure in terms of the academic success. And the school can actually divert or basically put the focus to ensure the balance is coming between both curriculum and the beyond curriculum. Because I'll tell you, as per my personal experience, so I have been in corporate for more than 25 years, and I have gone to most of the engineering colleges across the country to recruit. And to be very honest, we never used to see in terms of who has scored 90% or above to see whether to recruit or not. We used to look at the basic skills of the students, how their approach to problem solving, how they're thinking analytically. So the whole focus in the academic about scoring 90%, 99% actually doesn't help. Nobody looks at which school did you pass out from? Did you really score 99% in your schooling? What we look at when you go for a recruitment, I used to go for a recruitment, is what is your aptitude, how you are attacking a problem. That is what is required to be successful in corporates. So I think it is important, but yes, basics are required, right? And that is the reason there always to be a cutoff. Maybe, okay, 60% is the cutoff, so that you have done your basics right, and then you have developed your life skills too. Right? So balance is, you cannot prioritize one over the other.
Right, Mr. Surana, I think all the panel members are on the same page with you. Mr. Shivam, do we have more time, or do we end the session here?
Thank you so much, sir. If you have a couple of more points, then maybe you can take another 5 minutes.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Shivam. Now, I don't want to trespass into an expert's arena. I would request Mrs. Bhattacharya, because I started with her, I want to end the session with her. I would request you to conclude the session and summarize all that we spoke about. You have to unmute yourself, Mrs. Bhattacharya.
Yeah. A 45 minutes discussion, which I have to summarize. I think I'll go with what Mrs. Kaur had said, that, we have to integrate whatever we are saying today beyond curriculum with our, academics. That means co-curricular subjects should be integrated with our main general academic subjects. And it has to be blended in such a way that helps a child to move forward. We have to, Mr. Vivekananda Mukherjee spoke about the mental adaptation. I think which is very important, that in today's life, there are so many things, new things which have come up. We need to be mentally also trained how we should be looking at ourselves, and how we should be looking at not failures, but what our strengths are and how that can be pushed forward. Mr. Surana has made things, I think he has given a very all-rounded information that we have to map our students through multiple intelligence, and we have to strike a balance that we should not be doing one over the other. Everything has to be done as per the requirement. And you have mentioned that it has to be demand driven. That means we have to have industry, we have to have academia all coming together and moving forward. We need the foundation, definitely, because that is a very, very important area. But to see that the foundation helps the student to move forward, we need these skills, which will be a support system to develop the personality of the child and move ahead in life. I hope I have covered all the points that everyone had made. If I missed out, then you can add on that.
Would you like to add onto this, Mrs. Scott?
I mean, It's just a wonderful thing that the CBSE, the board, that the premier board, which mostly all the schools are following these days, has blended the curricular as well as the co-curricular activities in such a frame that the co-curricular activities also need to be graded, and children, not only it's out of their own volition, but we as educators have to give them that opportunity to engage meaningfully in these activities, which builds up their overall personality and helps them move confidently in life. So this is something which our curriculum also demands, the integration of co-curricular as well as academic subjects. So this is my contribution to what Madam Bhattacharya has already summarized.
Mrs. Kaur, you will also agree that all schools are doing this.
Absolutely.
The process is already on.
Absolutely.
Right.
We cannot move beyond this structure. It's a beautiful structure which the board has given us. And I think the NEP gives it a push forward. The NEP has added various other dimensions, and our Prime Minister, our Education Minister, they have really steered us positively to achieving these goals in a better way, so that the student learning outcomes are maximized.
Actually, our country is diverse with different culture.
Yes.
With so many students in a class, the ratio mostly you will find is 1:40. And that's really, really challenging for a teacher when we are talking about multiple intelligence. It's
True.
not easy. It's
True.
very, very challenging.
Absolutely.
Very true, very true.
But I think good administrative role can steer things in the right direction, and we can make a difference, especially for the students who are not able to perform to their optimum due to many, many reasons. There may not be a deficit of intellectual prowess, but then, there may be many other reasons which may be, the reason for a student's underperformance.
She's talking about CWSN, which we have not really touched upon.
Yes, it's slightly about inclusivity also, but the normal students also, the mainstream students also, sometimes there is an impediment in their personal lives which makes them underperformers, but a very skillful, act by a team of teachers. That is why we don't say 1:40 these days, ma'am, please excuse me. We give them a team of teachers for evaluation so that we make a difference and bring them up to a certain level so that they can optimize their performance in all sectors.
Not only evaluation, Mrs. Kaur, I think teachers need to empathize with the students. Okay,
Right, sir.
understanding their own needs, particular needs, because
Ma'am
as I said,
Bhattacharya has raised a very good point about the children with special education needs. But
right.
yes, so there also we employ a team of teachers to kind of nurture those children. It's not done in isolation. We give them.
Now inclusive education has come, especially abled children. They have to be taught with the normal children in the schools.
Yes.
So inclusiveness has already come, and I think NEP has spoken about that, has mentioned about that. And another point I would like to raise here, that what Mrs. Bhattacharya said, that the diversity, yes, our country has unity and diversity. Every 100 kilometers, the language changes, the cuisine changes. So, and as I said, that each student is different. So we should engage them in team building activities like project work, like football, cricket, which helps them to learn teamwork. Okay.
Absolutely.
So that is also very much a necessity, because they'll have to work in a team in the future. So they have to learn that. And while engaging themselves in sporting activities, they also learn the values of life, which is, I think, a necessity. So I think we have spoken as much as we could in this 45 or 50 minutes. And I would look forward to another such session in the near future, because it is really enlightening. And I would like to thank all my panel members because all that you have said has really enlightened us. It has given us food for thought. And I would also thank the students at large attending this program, this session, for their undivided attention. I think they now know that what they should look for. And I also thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this lovely session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir,
Thank you.
for your engaging moderation.
Right.
You were on point, and you took forward the discussion so very well. Thank you, and thanks
Thank
to
you.
the panelists also.
Thanks to all the co-panelists.
Thanks to all. Thanks to all.
Insightful and very meaningful. Thank you.
BCCI.
Thank you so much, Subrata sir. Thank you, Ms. Bhattacharya. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you, Mr. Surana. And thank you, Mrs. Kaur. It was a very meaningful session with so many new insights covered. And one cue we are going to take from here is from next time onwards, we are not going to call anything as extracurricular. It will always be co-curricular. Some sad things we came to know, the suicide cases and all which Mr. Mukherjee said, but there is a lot of learnings also which should come out of it. And accordingly, I think people who are watching this will pay a serious attention to it. And as sir was saying, and Mr. Surana also mentioned, we need to look more into meaningful and demand-driven education. And always there will be a stress on industry-academia partnership. And end of it, it was very beautifully summarized by Mrs. Bhattacharya. Thanks again to you. So with this, we conclude this session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're moving on to the next session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next session is a panel discussion on managing distractions. And I have this opportunity and pleasure of moderating this panel. In this panel, we'll be having as panelist Mr. Abhishek Kumar Yadav, who is founder, chairman, and academic director of Griffins International School, Kharagpur. Welcome, Mr. Yadav.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone.
The audio and video is working okay for you?
Yes, you're all set.
Okay, welcome. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Prathap Pratim Roy, academic coordinator and teacher of physics of South Point High School, Kolkata. Welcome, Mr. Roy.
Thank you.
I hope audio video is okay at
Yes.
your end.
Yes, I think
Welcome.
I think so. Yes.
Okay, next I would like to welcome Mr. Kamlesh Kumar Mishra, Chief Executive Officer of Sri Hari Global School from Asansol. Welcome, Mr. Mishra.
Good morning, everyone.
So this is quite an interesting panel that we have today, which is managing distractions. So first of all, for our audience, which comprises of students, parents, people from industry, public in general, because distractions is something which is not just limited to academics. It is anything when we are aiming for, anything in life. Distraction is something which is going to play a very important role. So first of all, before you begin the deliberation on this topic, we'll be requesting you how you exactly define what is distraction and why managing distraction is becoming too relevant in this present context. Because when we are talking about distractions, there are numerous distractions, which is coming in. In fact, the most important, which we keep hearing from parents, other people, is the social media, mobile, this kind of distraction. To put it in a larger perspective, we are all talking about technology distractions. And in fact, when you interact with parents, they are like, they want to find out who were the people who invented and discovered all these, gadgets and all. And the irony is they are looking for the names browsing on the gadget only. So it is all about, somewhere it's going to be of help to you and somewhere it's going to be very negative for you. So, we need to properly assess what a distraction is, how technology is helping me, and after, what extent this is going to become very dangerous for me, providing a hindrance to my, aim or aspirations or ambitions, whatever we are having. So to start this discussion on this perspective, first of all, I would request Mr. Abhishek Kumar Yadav to kindly share his insights. Mr. Yadav.
Thank you, Mr. Shivam. Hello, everyone. It's, I think, a very, very crucial topic for all of us because seeing students get distracted and all of us also get distracted. Technology is no doubt a wonderful innovation, but I remember a topic when I was in school and we had an elocution. Science is a good servant, but a bad master. So when we have control over technology, it's fantastic. It gets us information, so many things we want quickly. But if we cannot control it properly, then of course you see the consequences. And we have all heard children going into depression, not able to achieve what they really wanted. So what is distraction? As we began with that, I think in simple terms, I would say anything that inhibits my ability to achieve my goal, or even simpler terms, anything that acts as a roadblock in my path to success. That is something which is a distraction. And since you raised about technology, let's focus more on that, because I think by far it is the highest level of distraction, and especially for students who are grade 9 to 12. If you're focusing on that, then it can make or break life. It's kind of that. The importance of these grades are very, very important, especially for students in grade 11, 12. Because 9, 10, if you do well, you generally are able to decide whether you get science, commerce, humanities. But 11, 12 is where your life can change completely if you don't do well, because that would decide which kind of college you would end up. So that's why I think it's very, very vital that you do very well academically in terms of your performance. And while the last panel did speak on, all-round development, co-curricular, all those things, they are very, very vital. But in 11, 12, my very clear thing is that this is also distraction, trying to do other things. Focus on academics. We are very, very clear on that, because that is what is going to decide which kind of college you're going to end up. So now this technology, distraction, how do we get over it? Or what are the steps, one could take so that we limit the distractions? The ideal situation, have no phone. That is the best. But of course, it's difficult. I can understand. While speaking, some of the students who cracked IIT and got computer science, they said, "Sir, phone ki zarurat kya hai? We don't need the phone because we are studying and playing." So that's how it works. But that's too idealistic. So normally, what are things we can do? One foremost important thing is have a clear goal what you want to achieve. Excuse me. Because without that, your performance is always not optimal. When you have a clear goal, if you're sitting at a table where you study, write it down. If you want to crack any examination, it could be CUT or any competitive exam or board examination. Have a clear goal, write it down in front of your desk. So every day when you sit, you are able to see it and it reminds you that you have to go there. That is very important. Second, have a fixed study schedule. This is very, very, very important. A lot of times we don't have that schedule, and that is why you may extend in terms of, the kind of time you're spending on mobile and all those things. If you have a fixed study schedule, your performance should certainly go up. And when I mean fixed study schedule, just not time. Targeted study is more important. I should complete, suppose this many exercises I will complete, or this many problems I will complete, and then I will stop. If you are targeting like that, then only it will work. Otherwise, what happens? You have to, if you put 2 hours I will study, then I will spend time 10 minutes, let's say, or 15 minutes on mobile phone. So then it tends that you are passing the time and actually you may not achieve what is desired. And then, but nobody compromises on the, what is it, cheat time as we call it, or mobile time. That they will not compromise. Compromise would come on the academic time. So never do that. If you do that targeted, it comes in a much better way in your performance. Another important thing, use mobile time as a reward for yourself. If you think it is very important, use as a reward. I achieved these things. So now I think I have the liberty to spend some time. Maybe I would advise don't play game or social media, but still if you're doing game, maybe you could do that, but very limited. As a reward, if you use, what will happen is that you will again work hard to achieve that. So that way you are actually achieving the result, the hard work that is required you're doing, and also you're getting to enjoy or downtime, whichever you require. Involve your parents also in this. This is very important because, alone it is very difficult to, keep control of ourselves. Give it to your mom and dad. Say, mom, let me finish this, then you will give me. Your parents also will be very happy. They will not be after your head all the time. He doesn't study, he doesn't study, he doesn't study. So both ways will be happier. You get to use the mobile phone also and this also. Another thing, if possible, study in some groups. 2-3 students who are all studying well and committed. When you study in groups, a lot of times you feed off from the energy from the other side also. If you see that this boy is doing so well and he is studying harder, if I study less, how will it work? So then you also put effort. When you're traveling in the road, you find the other car going faster, you pick up your speed. मैं पीछे कैसे रह सकता हूँ? The kind of that situation. So that is also very, very important because if you're going alone, sometimes you don't have that reference. So it becomes difficult. So this could also be one of the strategies I feel you should do. And another very important, don't suddenly wake up one day and say, no more mobile, ma'am. Mom, please keep it at the side. After 12th only, I will check. 2 days later, you will say, ma'am, mother, can I see this? That it will start. Keep small targets. Celebrate the small wins. Suppose 2 days I am not able to spend on mobile. Let's set a target like that. If I am able to do that, then I will slowly increase my target and I will be able to achieve. Otherwise, it will 2-3 days I may do it, but eventually I will fail. And again, that hope of improving will also be lost completely because it is a kind of addiction. And this is one of the ways to get rid of addiction. Small targets, celebrate those wins, get appreciation from parents, and then increase targets slowly. That is another one thing. Another one thing which happens is a lot of kids do online studies also, right? And they are taking online courses also. I would generally advise children not to go for online education because with that comes the distractions also. But still, there are good courses which you can go. Then again, keep it time bound very much. Keep it time bound very much because otherwise, again, if you're doing on any, and one very, very important thing, don't think studying on YouTube is studying. This is a common mistake most students do. What happens is that, when you have technology accessible, you're trying to solve a difficult problem. And you're not getting idea. What is the tendency? Let me check on Google. Let me check on ChatGPT. Let me check on Google, YouTube. So your thinking ability is not developing. This is the biggest problem. And any competitive exam, if you're looking to solve, remember neither Google is going to come, nor anything will come. And the difficult questions which you're going to get, you will have to use your own thinking. So kindly avoid those kind of things. Work in a coordinated manner. Write down your daily schedule. Suppose today what I have planned, I will do. End of the day, check how much I have been able to achieve. It will be difficult. Some you may achieve only 20-30%, but that's all right. Keep doing it over a period of time. 1 month you write and give yourself time, at least 1 month. I will stick to it, however bad I may achieve. By that time, generally some habit will develop and you will see remarkable improvement in yourself. And last, I'll say the biggest benefit of, avoiding this kind of distraction is you get time to play. You get time to talk to your parents. You can enjoy so many other things which are getting cut out of your life. So with this, I will say, it's a big challenge. No doubt, and it's easier said than done. But if your target is very, very clear, focus on that every day. I think it will be possible.
Very important point. Your target should be very clear. And in fact, as you correctly said, this is completely destroying their attention span. And if it is like, target-based study or target-based work, then you are also very able to, you are able to quantify, you are able to see actually what you are achieving. Because many times what happens is students keep reading, all the mind is somewhere else. So the parents are outside the room. So parents are also satisfied that, okay, the voice is coming. They're reading and, so many things are going on. And this is also a good suggestion of, making a group and studying. Let us hope that it's not a WhatsApp group, because if it again becomes a WhatsApp group, then the entire motive is lost. So moving on to Mr. Roy. So kindly share your perspectives on this topic.
First of all, Mr. Jadhav has mentioned most of the important issues related to this thing. and he has suggested some very good ways of fighting these distractions. I would like to concentrate mostly on the institution at the institutional level. For example, inside, because you have to fight these kind of distractions both at the school level, college level, university level, inside the campus, as inside the classroom, as well as at home. So in both places, you will have distractions. And these distractions are manifold. On one aspect is that there are several devices nowadays which are available at our hands. And those devices are manufactured, they are conceptualized in such a way that they are able to attract the attention of even a very little kid. So the very attraction is embedded in the technology itself. The proponents of these devices have done that like that. So it has its power of attracting everybody. So that is there. But in addition to that, there are several other causes that we have discovered in our classrooms across different schools, colleges. That is the background of the child, from where the child is coming to the classroom. The family level problems, it is there. The problem of the child itself, sometimes we find that if there is something happening in the child's family, parental problems. So in that case also, we find that the child finds some way out inside the campus, inside the classroom, and gets engaged in something while the studies are going on in the class. So considering these different kinds of issues, one those that Mr. Jadhav has mentioned and the one that I am mentioning, the first and foremost thing is that we have to attract the child's attention, the learner's attention towards what is being taught, what is being done. How can we do that? Our traditional way of doing that is lecturing in a much better way. But that thing is not going to work. You have to engage the child in such a way in those activities that that activity itself is something that was being taken refuge in the distractions. So when a child is taking refuge to distractions to get away from something, our method of study should be such that the child is enjoying participating in that activity, and there is no need for escaping from that, and no need for resorting to something else. So this is now in the pedagogical level, in different education policies, these are being emphasized, and we are now holding workshops with teachers to help them understand that what actually teaching and learning is. Whenever a child is listening only, copying only, it is going to be a boring process after some time. So inside a classroom, the child will never get, because every person's attention level has a limit, has a limitation. So if we are engaging children with certain types of activities, those activities are directed towards, they should be guided activities by the teacher who will act as a facilitator for those activities, and everyone is doing his or her part in the whole journey, in the whole process. So the opportunity to get distracted will never arise. And in a similar manner, when the child is at home, then also the question of this generation of interest, generation of getting inspired to study something comes from the classroom, from these activities, and some extension of activities will be there to be completed at home. And the child will be coming back to the classroom the next day with some kind of result, some kind of activity, some kind of things prepared inside the classroom. So I believe that if the child is allowed to actively participate in different kinds of activities, well thought activities, well guided activities, then I believe that this question of distraction will not arise. In that case, what Mr. Jadhav has mentioned, that the devices that the child is using which was being regarded as a distraction, will be some helping tool. The child will be using those devices for enriching the activities, for better participation in the activities, and getting more and more information from those tools to get into the whole process of learning. So for now, I believe this is what I had to say.
Right. Thank you, Mr. In fact, very correctly you said it is when we are talking about distraction, it is all about when your mind is idle, then you are trying to have some activities wherein like you are giving some kind of sedation to your mind that okay, take care, you rest well. But if you're engaged with some activities, if you're glued with some activities, okay, then automatically you don't have a scope of distraction. So if we cultivate that culture, that we engage the kids in maybe some physical activities, maybe some sports, maybe some kind of a hobby, and also if we can come up with some kind of a reward system, which Mr. Jadhav was saying, then automatically combined all these efforts will maybe take care of 90% of the problem. Because see, you have got say 10 hours a day. So the thing is, if those 10 hours is idle, then only your mind is finding some kind of an excuse of getting into some gadgets. But if it is occupied with some meaningful activities wherein you are getting fresh, your mind is getting fresh, and also the parents need to encourage their child to play more, to have some more physical activities.
Right.
So what is happening today is even parents are too much, concerned about what is the marks, what is academics.
Right.
So what is happening is they are also not getting that kind of leisure activities. Initially, when in fact we were talking about having some fun activities, sports and all. Initially, sports used to be a distraction at our age. Our parents used to catch us. Kitna kheloge, kuch to padh lo. And today we are encouraging people to go and play. So we'll have to get kids meaningfully involved in some hobbies, and parents need to encourage them to cultivate some hobbies. So automatically this distraction will, slow down. But moving on, let us have some more perspective from Mr. Mishra. Mr. Mishra, please.
Yeah, with distractions is not a new thing. Distractions have been there when mobile phones were not there. Actually, students get distraction in classroom situation also. During the classes, when something is taught and they are not getting the thing clearly, then they get distracted. Many times I have seen that students draw at the corner of their notebook. So that is also a sort of distraction, that the child is being distracted from the studies. But mobile phone, technology, internet, this has increased the level of distraction among the students. The innovation, the technology, these have become just a part and parcel of our life nowadays. Mobile phones, social media, these were created so that people can get connected. But instead of getting connected, the students are using it in a different way. The students have lost reading habit, getting closer to the friends, playing in evening time. These all things have reduced because of this mobile phone and internet. The reading time has reduced a lot. And basically they are so time consuming things that students are not able to read properly. They are not able to focus on their academics properly. These all are happening because of this technological advancement. But as we talk about the NEP new education policy, the technologies have to be inbuilt along with the education, the curriculum, and that is going to help a lot in the teaching learning activity. To reduce the distraction at home, parents will have to see that how much the screen time is being used by their children, that the parents need to get control over it. So social media distraction, students, they chat with their friends. Instead of, they take the mobile phone to study, but instead of studying, they chat with the friends, they send messages. That, as you said earlier, that instead of group studying, they make the group chatting. So that is also a distraction. Distraction can be managed not only by the parents, but there has to be a self-management skill among the student to manage those distractions. They need to manage their time. They need to manage their skills. Students are having a lot of skills. Each and every student is unique, and they have different capabilities. Instead of searching for their capabilities, the things in which they can excel, they are distracted by these mobile phones nowadays. Basically, I'm talking about technological distraction only, because I'm also associated with technology. So technological distractions have created a lot of demotivation. I can say demotivation among the student. Their academics are being hampered a lot. So this is what I have to say regarding this distraction. And basically, the most important thing is time management, and they have to go for self-management skills. Thank you.
In fact, as you are mentioning, it's not just technology. There are different other aspects of distraction also. There are different other distractions as well. So in fact, let us talk more about that. And in fact, these students who are from class 9 to class 12, they're at a very critical stage of their life, wherein they will be laying the foundation of their career as a person. They are undergoing so many changes. They are evolving as they are getting into new adulthood phase. So now, since these students now will be opting for different careers, they will be preparing for competitive examinations. Now, this is the stage wherein a lot of other factors also come in, different emotional changes, different physical changes happening. So what are the other distractions in general? I'll request all the panelists one by one to share. What are the other distractions which you feel are there, and how a student should keep themselves, kind of how these students can manage those distractions? Okay. Whatever would be your suggestion, since we are having paucity of time, so maybe 2 minutes if you can put some light into it. Let us start with Mr. Yadav first.
Thank you. I think I'll just focus on students who are preparing for these competitive exams, especially 11, 12, because I think it is the most crucial stage of their life. Whenever I meet students, one thing I tell them very clearly, that see, your quota of enjoyment and hard work for the life is fixed. And if you work hard now, you will enjoy with interest. And if you enjoy now, you will work hard with interest. Choice is yours. But coming to mainly the distractions that they have, especially there's a lot of good students who are preparing for competitive exams. One tendency is that, solve as many books as possible. Follow so many different books. Go to too many tuitions. I'm studying here also tuition, there also I'm doing, and then thinking that I will do well. But the problem is that, see, you have to, what I would say, in the examination, if you have to do well, you should have practiced it well enough. These competitive exams, whether CUT is there, IIT is there, or NEET also is there, many students are giving this kind of examinations. And to really excel well, and the difficulty of the questions that come, unless you are able to think on your own, you will not be able to solve. So without self-study, no exam anybody can crack. That is a guarantee. So what is the solution? Whichever teaching you're going, if you're following school teacher, do that. If you're following any coaching institute, do that. But don't jump around too many places. Give yourself enough time for self-study. And I'll explain with an example why a lot of people, when they practice too many things. Suppose you're practicing integration example. Now, similar level of integration, if you practice, whether 50 you practice or 200, I don't see major improvement compared to the time effort you're giving. Might as well, if there's an increase in the complexity, that is better. That will help you to crack, a much higher difficult level examinations. Second is that you go to too many tuitions, again, you're losing time on self-study. So don't get distracted by all those things. Join any one place, any one guide you take, work towards that only. And if you're trusting somebody, then trust completely, don't trust half. This is most important. If you're in a boat, the captain says whichever direction he takes you, you go. Likewise here also. If you try to follow too many things, eventually what will happen is nothing really works out. I've seen so many kids doing that. I generally encourage that. Another one, last point I will say, there's a lot of confusion whether I should prioritize board examinations or should I prioritize competitive examinations. This is a big confusion among students and many people don't like attending schools. My point is that all these competitive exams, whichever are there, especially I will speak for CBSE syllabus, are based on CBSE syllabus only. And the level of examination is higher than the board examination. So if you have to go higher, you have to cover from the bottom only. Nobody can crack an exam of NEET or CUT or maybe IIT JEE Advanced also without knowing the basics of any subject. So understand those subjects. Only difference is how you have to write the answers that you practice. With that only it comes. Finally, practice, prepare well. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav. Mr. Roy, if you can share in some more insights here.
Okay. Actually, as Mr. Jadhav has referred to the competitive exams, I would like to add here that it's not just a problem with the classes 11 and 12. Now, from now onwards, I find that even class 6 children are now thinking about all these competitive exams and losing their childhood in many ways. So, in fact, one thing I believe that we, the elders, have to understand, because before the children understand, that it's a question of probability. If everyone thinks that I will be selected in IITs and only then my career will be okay, then I think that is not a correct way of looking at a career. Because I have seen many students in my last 32 years of teaching that who were never toppers, who didn't get into these coveted institutions, but they have nurtured some skills, some qualities in them, and they have ended up into Harvard and MIT and did their PhDs and etc. from these places. But this they have got trained in a very remote engineering college, etc. And even we have seen there was my student who studied in a very local college of Calcutta University and ended up being a Bhatnagar Award winner. So actually, what I want to say by this is that nowadays these due to the advertisements and etc. the children and the parents are thinking that if you want to succeed in life, if you want to do well in life, then there is only one way of doing that. And that is by doing well in competitive exam, then by passing out of the IITs, and then being an employee of some institution. None of them are thinking of opening up their own entrepreneurial initiatives, etc. So we are at fault at different levels. So distractions are at the conceptual level also, that we were telling that it's not just through these mobile phones and etc. At the conceptual level, from our surroundings, from the social and parental level also, we are distracted from the right path. if some children, if some child has ability to create something, and say some student is an S programmer, is a top level person, top level student in coding. So if that student is pursuing that with a positive mind, then it may happen that that student may not get into IIT, may not get into this or that competitive institution, but his quality, he will be appreciated by some other institution, by some other company. So these are also there as a flip side to what Mr. Jadhav has said. And I believe that the parents and the students should think about this, because otherwise, if they focus only on this, that these are the only pathways towards becoming somebody important, then any other pathway will be considered as a failure. And all these sad cases of suicides are happening because of that. Then we are not getting the right kind of abilities of the children coming out because of these kind of wrong guidelines, wrong guidances, and I consider this as a distraction in some sense.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roy. In fact, you have pointed very correctly. If we try and see, at the root level, today it's not just talking about students and distraction. There need to be a lot of counseling and sessions even with parents, because slowly what is happening is we are discouraging our kids to dream big. First of all to dream at all. Today the biggest problem is the kids are not able to develop their own dream. Until and unless you are not having your own dream, what will you sacrifice for? So it is like a trend is being formed that, okay, see, if you score 90%, you are a good student, good. If you get or you crack this entrance, you are a good student, good. But that is not their dream. That is somebody which has been told by somebody else. So they're just following it like a routine. Okay, theek hai, I have to get this mark, I'll get this mark. But if it is your dream, then you're willing to sacrifice for your dream. You will not get distracted into, what is mobile and all, because when it is your dream, it is basically originating inside your mind, so you can visualize it, right? So you will like to achieve it. You will not be too much, worried about what kind of mobile brand my other friend is using, or what kind of dress my other friends are buying, what my relatives are saying, what my friends are saying. Everything is a distraction. If I have got a very clear goal in my mind that, okay, I want to do this, I want to pursue this hobby, or I want to pursue this career, right? I am willing to do all the sacrifices, because end of the day, what is going to give me pleasure when I realize my dream, all these things doesn't matter to me. So maybe if we cultivate that habit inside the kids that, okay, you dream now, we are there to support you. So the first of all, what happens is whenever a soldier is going out for a war, and if all the time, if in his mind, the botheration is coming from, the friends and family that, bhai jeet ke hi aana, ghar mein bahut sara kaam hai, you also have to take care of this and that, what will happen if you don't come, and what will happen if you don't. So what will he fight? 90% he is already occupied. But when you encourage him ki bhai tum jao, lado, do whatever you want, we are there with you, go and capture, then the person is ready, then the person is already having that motivation. Okay, now I'll go and do. So the person, if the person is motivated from within, no distraction can anyway, come and hamper him. So this is what I think is an extension of what Mr. Roy wanted to say. So moving on to Mr. Mishra, would you like to share some perspectives?
Distractions can be managed in several ways by the students. But if we talk about class 9 to 12 students, the first thing that they should go for is meditation. Meditation will help a lot in managing the distractions. They will be able to focus more in achieving the goal. So to achieve the goal, they need to first set a goal for themselves. Most of the time, what we see is that students get distracted in choosing their goal also. They set up a goal. After 6 months, they set up another goal. After 6 months, they set up another goal. So first they need to focus that what should be my goal? What are my strengths and what should be my goal? And to achieve the goal, they should make a to-do list that these are the things which I have to do to achieve that goal. And for day-to-day work, they need to make a module that in this time slot, I'll be doing this work. In this time slot, I'll be doing this work. So managing time is also a very important thing in managing distraction. When they are sitting idly, they get distracted easily. So that is why time management is very important. Also, while they are studying, most of the time we see that students, they sit for studies and they are studying for a longer period of time. And at that time, they feel stressed out and then distraction happens. So instead of studying for a longer period of time, you should sit for a shorter period of time, get a 5-minute break, again sit for some time, again get a 5-minute, 10 minutes break. Then it will help in achieving the goal. Distractions can also be resolved by minimizing the handling the social media accounts. Because social media is such that if a person gets into it for 1 or 2 minutes, at least half an hour will be gone. So it kills a lot of time. So students should be focused towards their goal. They should meditate. They should break their total work into small slots. They should keep a track record of the time. So time management, meditation, to-do list, these are very important in managing the distractions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. In fact, you brought out a very wonderful perspective of meditation. Now, meditation is something like, we have been interacting with a lot of parents, students, because we have been doing this kind of sessions earlier. Now, meditation, the moment we talk about meditation, everybody thinks we are talking about converting them into a sannyasi.
Yeah.
And we keep telling them, no, it's not about converting, the kid into a sannyasi. Meditation is all about, trying to watch your mind. Be calm, make a connect with your mind. That's it. It's not going to Himalayas. Sit in your room, just take your time off. Just try and connect with your mind. Just try and see what your mind is saying, how it's playing with you. The moment you are able to connect with your mind, you yourself will realize what are the problems happening with you, because your mind is your only companion. It has come with you, it will go with you. It is the only companion. Mind stops working, you are out. Finish. So you have to be in companion of your mind throughout your life. And it is your most notorious friend. It will always motivate you, but pull you out at the right time. Mind will never say you no. I want to study. Mind will say, yes, boss, this time we'll show you, but let's do it from tomorrow. Okay. I want to go to gym. Yes, boss, we have to do it. Let us do it from tomorrow. So it is your mind who is playing. It's not saying no to you, but it's playing with you. So you have to understand what exactly your mind is saying. The moment you are able to read your mind and you are able to make a connect, that itself is meditation, nothing else. You'll automatically come to know what are the different distractions you are having. If you have to reach an objective, you can slowly start eliminating that. So I think motivation is something which there should be more stress. Motivation and yoga, maybe they are two different things. People get confused into meditation and yoga. So this is something which should be practiced, meditation at school level also. So I think we are already running over time. With this, if you have some more insight to share, or otherwise maybe we'll conclude this session and we'll move on to the next session.
May I just share one point?
Yes, Mr. Yadav.
I think Mr. spoke about taking breaks while studying, and I think he rightly said. But just one important is that, your board exams are also for 3 hours. and most of the competitive exams also. So students must practice to be able to sit through 3 hours comfortably. That is very important, because to do well in your board or any competitive exam, you must be as comfortable as possible during the exam. And physically, if you don't have that habit of, sitting continuously for 3 hours and preparing and writing, it becomes little difficult. So, but yes, you may not be, initially it may not be possible. Start with 1 hour, take a break, as Mr. Mishra said rightly, 10 minutes. Then again you do, but target to reach before, at least 2 months before the exam, you should be able to reach 3 hours of continuous study, then take a break, then again join. Maybe the break can be longer now, half an hour you can take, that is all right. But 3 hours, I should be mentally at top of my game. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. I think this is also very, this also brings to a different thing. It is all about, I think, developing interest also. Because if you leave them to watch a movie, they will comfortably sit for 6 hours. They will face no problem. If you leave them to go and sit in a park, 11 and 12 with students, you will see so many students sitting in the park whole day. They are not getting tired at all. Mind is not getting tired. They don't even want to take a tea break.
There is a difference, because
they are fully motivated.
Your mind has to work a lot. In exams, you have to work a lot. And while watching, so just let me just one point. While watching what happens, you don't use your brain.
Absolutely.
Movie, all those things. But when you're giving an exam, you have to think. And when you really have to think, you do get tired. So that becomes, if you're not used to it now, it becomes very, very difficult. So please add.
No, actually, I was just adding to that, that the children need some kind of a reward after giving some effort. Actually, we always compare one child with another and don't look at the success at a differentiated level.
Correct, sir. Very right.
That's why every child is progressing his or her own way towards success.
Absolutely.
Everyone is not showing the success in the same manner. So we have to learn how to reward for every little bit of success, bits and pieces of success. Then the child gets encouraged when the child gets recognized. And then the question of distraction gets diminished.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Roy. In fact, I think it was a wonderful discussion. We have already covered so many topics and distractions. We have also talked about if there is a dream, if there is a passion, if there is a reward system, various other aspects we have covered. So automatically distraction can be taken care to a large extent. But this is a topic where we also need to focus on meditation so that we are able to see inside what is happening. That will also help a lot. So with this, we conclude this session. Thank you, Mr. Yadav. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Thank you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
It was lovely speaking to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we move on to the next panel discussion for today, which is New Gen Career Opportunities. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Rahul Bose, business consultant, ex-Global PD instructor, learning and knowledge of IBM Global Services. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Shivam. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, sir.
Great to again see you on screen.
Thank you, sir. We would like to invite in the panel Mr. Vidyut Majumdar, General Manager, Business Development of GIS Group. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Majumdar, is the audio video clear?
Yeah, it is clear. Can you see me and am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We would like to invite Dr. Susmit Mathi, General Manager, Training and Placement, Haldia Institute of Technology. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Shivam, I hope I'm audible.
Absolutely, sir.
Good morning.
Crystal clear.
Good
Thanks for
afternoon.
joining. We would like to welcome Dr. Yogesh Kumar Sinha, Principal, Om Dayal Group of Institutions. Good morning, Dr. Sinha.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to invite Ms. Srinjani Joshi, Director and Trustee of George Group of Colleges. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, and congratulations for BCCI to conducting such a very relevant program for today.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome.
Yes.
we would like to invite Ms. Ajanta Sinha Roy, founder and director, Vidya.com Consulting Private Limited. Good morning, ma'am. I would like to request Mr. Rahul Bose to kindly take care of this session.
Thank you, Shivam, for
Bose.
the wonderful introduction. As you can see, it's a glitterati. And like the proverbial train which is running late, we'll have to go at the speed of Duronto or Rajdhani, because we got the floor around 12:45. So I firstly welcome all my erudite panelists today. And Shivam, thank you so much for this opportunity from Bengal Chamber of Commerce. So our topic is next gen career opportunities for the new gen. So there are two, one is new and one is next, which means that we are dwelling on novelty, we are dwelling on the unruly, we are dwelling on turbulence, we are dwelling on VUCA. So all the things which could be disruptive, given the new education policy, given that it's a post-COVID world, given that we have robots and chatbots in hotels now bringing you water, like I have seen in Shanghai years ago. So that happens here also. And students, as always, between 9 to 12, class 9 to 12, which is our group, or for them, the bell tolls. Okay, because all of us have established ourselves and given our wide experience, we sort of wanted to explore that what are the career opportunities, given that, times have changed. It is no longer very important. Like when I graduated in 1984, why do an engineering? Because that gives you an instant ROI. So I never asked my parents the question that am I a cost or am I an investment? Okay, so these are disturbing questions which I never asked my parents, but I understood that initially may have been a cost, but at the later stage, it was important to get into a vocation, to get into a job, so that people become productive and also people are creative. So having made a few opening remarks, I'll first turn it to Dr. Sinha from Principal Om Dayal to tell us, given your vast experience in academics, and given that here students are from science, arts, and commerce background, those who are listening in, what would be your guidance? Because you are also into research, you have a fair idea of the education system, not fair, excellent idea. You have been leading young minds. So as Principal Om Dayal, what would be your take? My only request is if we could limit our responses to 4 minutes, then we could possibly wind up by 1:15, which is the aspiration. Maybe we just go beyond, but I would like to run a tight ship and seek your cooperation. So over to Dr. Joshi. Dr. Sinha.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. The career landscapes has indeed evolved in the last few years, and today students have a wide range of options to explore their careers. Nowadays, fields like artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, or data science holds immense potential for career growth. Even the rise of this e-commerce and digital marketing has created ample opportunities in the market. Now, what I have understood here is that there are students here from 9 to 12. So I just like to divide them into two groups. Let's say group 1 is 9 and 10, and the group 2 is 11 and 12. Now, for both this group, they have to take a very important decision what to choose. So, for example, if you talk about the group 1, they have the options to choose either science or commerce or humanity. Even some of the students can think of going for diploma, and then later on they can think of doing engineering. So similarly for the group 2 also, based on what they have chosen here in after class 10, they will have options. Few options will be there. And if you look at the conventional way, so if a student who is doing science, generally he will prefer going for engineering or medical or even maybe pure science. A guy who is doing commerce, he can think of taking up a career in finance, or even he can go for CA. Or even as students who is taking humanity as one of the options, they can go for journalism. Law is the design, animation. So you can see huge opportunities are there. But here, I'm going to little focus on what the NEP 2020 talks about. Here, mainly they are focusing on interdisciplinary courses. So, for example, let me give you some example. For example, a science graduates can combine his technical skill with business and humanity. Even a computer science students can take some of the elective subjects as mathematics. So what happens, it will help him in getting into jobs in finance, insurance, even game theory. Also, a biotech guy can couple some of his subjects with mathematics. In that case, he can think of going for healthcare, nanotechnology, and smart wearable technologies. So generally, generally, if you ask my choice, I will generally encourage my students to generally go for this interdisciplinary courses. As a result, what happens? The options for them opens up exponentially. Now, I'll end my points with a few points of what the student, how the students should prepare themselves, whether it is group 1 or group 2. First thing is very, very important part is that they should choose their field based on their strength and interest. Okay. And apart from that, they should keep themselves updated with all the emerging technologies, familiarized with digital tools, applications relevant to their fields. And very, very important is that they should build a very strong foundation. This strong foundation will help them a lot, whether he is a science student, a commerce student, or a art students. And finally, my last point will be that they should also parallelly work on their soft skills like their communication skills, their leadership skills, how to do proper time management, and also working in a team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha, for your valuable points. And I took the word interdisciplinary because I see, that now the division lines are blurring, as you rightly said. Like I was an engineer, I cannot think like an artist, but now there's a fintech. In mechanical engineering also, people do so many things in all of the professions. And you brought about a great point of that also enhances your employability chances, makes you a more rounded human being. Like we are traditionally left-brained, so maybe a combination of arts and science or commerce would be a great option. And I take your point. And this, I think, is the greatest takeaway for the children who are attending this, that it's important to get into an interdisciplinary mode from right now and not silo oneself into a straitjacket. Thank you so much. With that, I move on to Sriranjani Joshi, whom I have known many years ago. And again, we get to meet here as part of the George Telegraph as a director and a pioneer of trains. And George Telegraph is known ever since the Morse code or telegraph was there. So they are a respected brand, a brand which is known for skills. And they have moved up the value chain over the years and have been contributing to the skilling, the upskilling, the reskilling of people in Bengal and beyond. So I would request Sriranjani Joshi ma'am to lend your perspectives on, given that you work in the new age and you have come a long way from the machinist, from the fitter to the welder, the refrigeration expert to the beautician, now onto sports, onto luxury segment, onto travel tourism, new things which excite new people. So I would request you to share your thoughts for the students.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to all the panelists. As you all know, George Telegraph Group has got a heritage of 103 years in education. And we have, over a period of time, moved from purely vocational, being a vocational institute, to a higher education institute or a college. We have colleges and both in graduation and post-graduation degree courses. As you said, the change is the only constant. And we have tried our best to be agile and start or update our courses and the curriculum we have according to the needs of the student and the job market, which is very relevant. Actually, even the student demographic is changing, and it has changed over over the last few years. And we have been trying our best to have, strategic and scalable learning opportunities that align with the job opportunity, job offers, and job with the new age jobs which are great. Because we primarily focus on education and getting our students job ready, both in the vocational sector and in our professional degree courses. That is something which has always been our motto right from the beginning. Either job ready or, for them to go to the next level. See, we are affiliated with MAKAUT, West Bengal University of Technology, for our professional degree courses like BBA, BCA, hospital management, and 29 other courses. We have law under Calcutta University. We have LLB under Bardwan University. We have a whole bouquet of courses which help the student work towards their area of interest. Having said that, also now it is required for colleges to understand the student's need. As of today, the student, when they come, they do not come to a college who just treats them generally. In our college time, when you said back in 84 and 85, you join and you're one of the pack, and this now each and every course, each and every curriculum, the college has to understand the students' need, students' personality, students' the way they behave, and then design courses like that. So also the job trends, 20 years back, we started hospital management when the hospital industry was not so visible also. It was just starting to develop. Currently, after so many years, such students have, very good jobs. Our first batch are in senior positions right now. That's we thank the university also to be a part of it and help us develop such courses. Again, currently, as you said, we have courses in travel tourism. We have courses in optometry. We have sports management. So much of money, sponsorship, and other things have come into sports that it requires a very professionally managed system. So that's where sports management comes into being, basically. So all these matter. At the master's level, we have clinical psychology. So in the coming years, it has been said that 1 in 4 will require some kind of mental health. So that is there. So this is another area which is going to need a lot of people specialized in these areas. So we try at George, we try our best to identify what are the job prospects which are going to come up in the next few years, and then develop courses accordingly. So these are the new age courses which we have. And coming to the second part of your question as to, what is there for the students have to be agile with a big capital A. That's something that's what we advise our students to be, and that's what we advise all the students who are watching this, right from class 9 to class 12, and choose a career which they would enjoy doing maybe 15 years from now. Just not take up a career because my friends are doing it or my group is joining that course, so let me also join it. I will ultimately start liking it. Instead of that, identify and, at our time, the good students used to take up engineering and medicine, and, the not so good students used to take up humanities. That used to be the trend. It's no longer that. Every area has got very good opportunities, provided you do it with a passion. You do it with a passion and their communication. After principle of whom there are similar points of time management and this, but the cognitive skills they have to develop is something very important. You know, their communication skills. The communication has changed into more of a storytelling and, you know, that kind of a communication to this, asking the right questions. You know, these are the things which they have to train themselves with. These are the allied things which they have to develop, and that's what would lead them to a good career.
Thank you so much for your points, Dr. Sriranjani Joshi. You know, you made very important points. For example, being agile, being curious, staying hungry, pretty much from Steve Jobs, stay hungry, stay foolish, and getting into new age, pretty much of a hyperbole, because you said about mass customization. Okay, on one hand, we say many students, and every student will have a different path. So it's no longer a one cast that you get into engineering, get into humanities, get into commerce, go to St. Xavier's Park Street, or, you know, go to IIT. So that reality has changed, given that it's a new age. Children are more, they are more net savvy. They have access to information. So thank you so much for those additional tips, which I think would enrich the audience out here. A lot of thanks to you and to Mr. Sinha. Carrying on from there is the employability question. Okay, and Shushmit, who better than Dr. Shushmit Maiti? So he's from Haldia, as Shivam has introduced, been a partner with Bengal Chamber for years. So Shushmit, what is your take, since you've seen, you know, the HIT and have been there several times, so nicely maintained the campus, good students. What are the trending things which would get them in employment?
Sir, a very good afternoon to all of the panelists and the students, those who are attending this session. So I'll try to share my experience in facing my students, that we have a capacity of 1,500 BTech engineers passing out every year. So the understanding that I had for last 10 years is that, I mean, if I start right from the beginning, that while a student is studying in class 9 or 10, so they are being given an option to choose their vocation, that they will be going to arts, commerce, or science. So what I feel is that, or what I have realized is that this selection of vocation in plus 2 is a bit hastily taken by the parents, or maybe a bit biased by their peers. Let us say that somebody is going for science, somebody else's friends are going for science, so he goes for science. Or somebody's friend going for arts, he goes for arts. So I hope that it is, means what I have realized is that it is a bit hastily taken, wherein I'll recommend that there should be a process to identify the vocation, that who is meant for, or who should go for science, and who should go for arts, and who should go for commerce. Now that, but I'll tell you once again that the job scenario, the employability perspective of all these three streams are equally good. Means let it be arts, let it be commerce, let it be engineering or science, they are equally good, the employability scenario. Only thing is that you need to get into a vocation and give your best effort out there. So let us say that if some student is choosing science, wherein his acumen is for arts, so I guess that this mistake is fatal in nature. Means in the long run, it gives, it deducts the dividend, wherein if you go for the right vocation, you get the dividend out of it. So that is the reason that I emphasize much on selecting the vocation in plus 2 or 11th class, rather going for, means the employability perspective enhances or reduces depending on the fitment of the acumen with the vocation. So if it is correct, so perfect, a job is waiting for you. If it is incorrect, it turns to be fatal at certain point of time. And after plus 2, now let us say that somebody has chosen science in their plus 2, and then after he goes for a, once again he will be getting a vocation to be chosen. I see this generation plentifully, means they are aligned with the IT industry. This glamorous world does attract these students. But the point is that, again, one need to realize that whether is how students, they come for BTech engineering, let us say that while they are choosing the streams in their BTech courses, they once again choose this very hastily. So the problem lies in the hastiness while choosing the streams. So there needs to be much more methodical, there needs to be much more strategic, and if somebody is unable to do that, our recommendation or what I've seen is that students, they imbibe plenty of things from their parents. Let us say that my parent is from a BCom background, or let us say commerce background, and I'm going for science. Okay, means if he's decided, I don't mind. But again, I see that the personality that gets imbibed from the parents does allow him to have a acumen in commerce. Not always true, but a portion of it is true, that if somebody is going for science, so he should either be strategic that he's going for science, or he will be imbibing this acumen from his parents. And as a student chooses a vocation in the BTech engineering course, what I have seen is that every candidate going for IT sector job, and their parents come and tell us that my student is inclined for IT. But they never know that the inclination of IT at that point of time does not have any correlation with the IT coding or something like that out here. It is entirely tool based. The environment is something different. So the basis on which they are choosing, that maybe they fiddle with a pen and they go for a pen technology. So it means fiddling with a pen has got nothing to do with the pen technology. Or let us say I fiddle with a computer, I see movies in a computer, and I say that I am interested for computer science engineering. So therein also we need to be a bit strategic and methodical in choosing the vocation. And for this generation, I'll tell you that there are plenty of instances wherein we have seen that students, they do have the technical knowledge, but again, there are few parameters, once again, needs to be imbibed right from class 9, 10, 11, 12. Number one that I have realized is that if somebody is being able to get a foreign language, adapt a foreign language, there are plenty of options, employment waiting for them. So, and these foreign languages are not taught in a single day or a single month or by a course. It needs time to be once again adapted. So if somebody could, let us say, the Japanese language or German language or Spanish language, if somebody goes for this kind of language, languages being inherited, so then what happens is that the employability prospect enhances. Apart from BTech degree, I'm talking about. Other than that, what I've seen is that students, they do not have the patience, what other panel member was telling, that they do not have the patience of sitting 3 hours to write up exam. Students need to have the patience of 10 hours to, because all jobs in the core sector are a standing job. Nowadays, students do not have the ability to stand for 10 hours in a workshop. So this is one side. The physical fitness once again is required. I'm talking about other parameters other than technical part. So the physical fitness, the foreign language, and most importantly, I'll tell you that even if somebody has got a loan, somebody is financially stable, still I will insist upon taking a loan to study, because this pressure of loan mounts on them and they become desperate to get a job. I'll tell you an example wherein our students, they run majorly on loan. We can take it as 60%, 70% on loan. And what I see, the statistics says that somebody who is running on a loan does have the hungriness to get a job, and they are being employable in a better way also. I'll give you one example. One of my candidates from computer science department has got an internship of 1,10,000 rupees per month for last 6 months, and she has earned 6,60,000 while she's studying. And first thing she did was she has closed his loan, 3.5 lakhs. So this is the desperation that is required. What Madam was telling is the agility with a big A. It is not. It is big A with all capital letters, GILE also. So these are a few things that will be that are, I hope, is the considerable input for my youngsters. And other thing, let me tell you that basically, if you're an engineer, so you need to manage two things. One is you need to manage the machine. The other one is you need to manage the man. So I see plenty of students, those who could manage machines in a very efficient way, but they are unable to manage man. Man management, once again, plenty of candidates very good in studies, but they have got some reservations in mixing up with different category of people. So if you are an engineering graduate, I will tell you that you need to mix up with different category of people, because you have to handle laborers, you have to handle supervisors, you have to handle engineers, you have to handle diploma engineers, you have to handle the salesperson. So you need to interact with different category of people. I find plenty of candidates, those who are brilliant, but are not getting their career prospect high, career growth high, because they are unable to manage the manpower. So manpower management is once again a very vital, has got a very pivotal role to play. Other than that, soft skills are required. Obviously, these are all known things that it needs to be imbibed right from the beginning itself. So that is all from my side, sir. I hope I could give you some, give my youngsters some input about the recent trends of employment.
Thank you. Wonderful, Shushmit. And you played like Hardik Pandya. Given that you have 5 minutes, you spread it all over. Okay, so many ideas, including the caveats that make the right choice in the beginning. Don't get into, herd mentality that, my friend is doing. And this happens with youngsters. There's a peer pressure. Arts guy, basically arts guy getting into a commerce stream, etc. So right choices. And I also took the word about being a polyglot, which is the man who knows many languages. So this is something very important. If I speak in Oriya to a person, apni kemti unchaddi, so it makes me so lovable to that man. Okay. Or let's say in Assamese, if I say Kodzam, so that guy is, endeared to me. So it's important to know languages, mainly maybe European languages, Indian language, because India is also a big country. And many people from Bengal, as we all know, are spread all over. So willy-nilly, they need to learn this. Apart from, as you said, all the skills that they need to, the physical stamina to stand up, because life is a test match, and students think that we'll play like Rinku Singh. Okay, 2020, KKR. So it's not that. A lot of wisdom from you, Shushmit. And once again, Haldia, all the best to you. With that, I turn on to Ajanta Sinha Roy, who's the founder of Vidya.com, who's been dealing with children. Children are always creative. They're a bunch of, what would I say? I had 2, and they grew up long back. But bringing up children, nurturing them into young adults is never easy. So I really wanted your perspective, Ajanta ma'am. What would be your guiding advice, since you deal in this space and you have been in this arena for the class 9 to 12? What would be your advice on new careers, on new paths, so that they see a better tomorrow? On to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bose. And I also thank BCCI and Mr. Shivam for giving me this opportunity. Am I audible to all?
You are. Carry on.
So I am Ajanta. I am the director and founder of Vidya.com. Now, what Vidya.com does? I have 5 minutes, so I will just try to be another Hardik Pandya. So, so first of all, we send students all around the world for higher studies after +2. Okay, so now there are many consultancies. So what is that key factor or USP of Vidya.com that the students should go through us? Because we don't send to any one particular country. We send students all around the world. That includes Australia, New Zealand, US, Canada, the whole Europe. Means not only that Germany, France, or the powerful European countries, but even to smaller countries like Finland, Denmark, Latvia, Poland, everywhere, whole Asia. So what we do in Vidya.com, we customize the programs according to the students' budget and academics. Okay, so first and foremost, we try to remove the myths from the mind, that there are myths that, okay, from 9 onwards, you have to be academically sound. Also, I will just say it point-wise because the time is very short. And I do free counseling for students pan-India, not only West Bengal. Every day, the students connect with me for this free counseling. In our website, you can register www.yesvidya.com. Now, the first myth is you have to have lots of money to go abroad. Go abroad. Okay, this is a wrong concept. There are free education in Germany, Italy. In South Korea, there is 100% scholarship. Parents doesn't know. So why we do it? Because we are direct representative of the universities. Most of the consultants, until date, I stay here, I counsel the students. Most of the consultancies, the staff only counsel the students. So they counsel for those programs which the consultancies get maximum commission. I don't work in that way. Of course, I am into business, but I follow a few ethics. So all are in the same line, that I am happy, the student is happy, and the parent is happy. When all three of us are aligned in the same line, that time, the student can reach the goal. Okay, so knowing about all these things. So even if you have a budget of 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs also, you can go abroad. The second is from 9th onwards, it is told to the students that you have to be academically proficient also, and also you have to have your co-curricular activities to go abroad. No, this is a wrong concept. Okay, even with student with a 50% percentage can go there. It's not only the students with very high academics can go. So these myths are, I have a YouTube channel. We are starting it, Myth versus Reality. So many myths are there, and Google always does not give a right information. Because Google is also a paid service. The students should understand the distraction, that the topic which was there in panel. Yeah, because the whole time the students, I have seen this change of trend, now the students who come to us, they give us all type of statements, and they are always searching Google, which is wrong. Everything is not right in Google. So 9th onwards, you should concentrate on your studies. If you have any co-curricular activity, pursue it, but it is not always required for your admission, or a free admission also. No, it's not required. Okay, but most important is, if the student is confused regarding the career, they can come to us from 9 onwards, because there are psychometric tests, which helps the student to know the cognitive or their capabilities, their skills. Psychometric test helps them to choose the right subject. There is no confusion regarding that. If you are very focused, few students are very focused, it's not required for them. But the students who jumps from one to another, a psychometric test is very much required. And another concept that only science students can do well, no, the humanities field is huge abroad. I will talk, there is one particular program in Ireland. I'm just talking about one program, mediation program. Even students from political science, psychology, they can go, because all the state or the district problems are not always taken to the court. It is solved within the community, within the society. So mediators are required, and they are huge sum of payment. Their salary is huge. So there are so many programs, psychology, behavioral psychology. If you're a science student, artificial intelligence, and for the next 10 years, IT is the last, everything is IT. It's the boom, So even if you are a BCom student, take a combination of computer science, what you said, interdisciplinary. So there is so much to know. So I think today's time is very short. I just wanted to say one thing. And there is a poem of Khalil Gibran. I will not cannot say the whole poem. All the parents, it's for all the parents. Your children are not your children. They're the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. If all parents understand this, there will be no distraction, no suicides, no depression. Let them be happy with whatever they want to do. Even culinary, so many aspects of culinary is there. Let them do whatever they want to do. Dance, drama, anything, everything. There is a program abroad at a very moderate fees, and lots of scholarship opportunities. To know more, you can talk to me. I am always available 24/7. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajanta ma'am. And you ended on a philosophic note of Khalil Gibran, a poem which is very favorite with all of us, that your life's yearning to grow beyond.
Yeah.
They come through you, but they're not yours. And you said about people going abroad, so many young kids, they want East European, which are less costly, let's say to Romania. I mean, if you go to Dubai airport, all these aircrafts leave from there, because I can distinctly understand that, let's say Dublin, where I had been, and there would be many courses which we don't know. So it's so nice to hear that you are into this. Maybe they bring shine to India and are not lost forever. That is my only caveat. One who goes abroad, is it a brain drain or do they come back? I leave it for a next level of discussion. But yes, young people aspirations, their dreams must be made to come to fruition. And it's not always money which matters, it's how far you can dream. And I would thank Vidya.com to be an enabler, a platform to, to make their dreams come true. And thank you again for a very nice short presentation, given that we have a paucity of time. I'm told by Devjit we need to wind up by 1:25, given that we got the pitch around 12:45. So my final expert here is Bidyut Majumdar, whom we have known for years, is my brother-in-law from Jadavpur University and part of the JIS group. So Mr. Majumdar, a warm welcome to you. The question to you is, if we see Industry 4.0, and given that GIS has made strides into education in a dominant and a significant way, what would be your thoughts and what would be your guidance to children in engineering and maybe management?
Well, thank you, Rahul, and thank you all the panelists also. I'm hearing all these things and I have to go very fast because the time is very short. Now, I can say in the beginning that when we were studying, that was actually Education 2.0, it was called, and very conventional method. Either I can go for engineering or we can go for doctor or lawyer, etc., etc. Very specific field, very narrow opportunities are there. And we have to finish the course or the syllabus. We have to get a job to give a smile to our parents, because that time the parents' income was not so high. So that time we were thinking that if I spend money for education, that means I'm a fool. If I get a scholarship, that means I'm a wise. So the things were there that if I spend good amount of money and going abroad, that means I'm not doing well in India and I have to get a scope to go abroad. But the things are changing day by day and the transformation is going on, and the education 3, 4, and 5 is coming. So it is related totally with industrial development and the necessity or the requirement of the industry. So first point is that we have entered already in the field of digitization. Already we want or do not want, the digitization is taking place everywhere, in the workforce choosing or the implementation or the further going up. Everywhere the execution is being held with the help of the computer or the artificial intelligence or the machine learning, whatever the things are there, or the cyber security. That means we are using anyway the digital methodology. Now, when we are in the digital methodology, obviously it is coming that the students are looking also for how I will get a chance in the computer science. So in our days, it was mechanical first, then electronics, then electronics first, then mechanical, then electrical, in that way. But after that, it came into IT, and then right now, no mechanical, no electrical, no civil, only we need computer science. So the colleges are mushrooming with computer science courses, and it has been broken up, like civil construction was there, like mechanical production was there. So right now computer science with AI, with ML, with cyber security, with IoT, whatever the things are there, blah, blah, blah. So number of 8 or 9 courses are there being offered by the institutes, and it is with a touch of computer science. But I will say to the student that, okay, computer science is good, there are jobs. Obviously, it will be continuing for next 10 years. That is important. And if you are interested to build up your career, certainly if there is computer science opportunity, you take. But my point is that other than computer science, there are lots of courses which is known as offbeat courses, and this is very much important and efficient to get your opportunity to build up the career. Because if you take, say, clinical psychology, what madam was saying, that is very important right now. It is totally associated with the medical. If you go for the mass comm and the journalism, it is very important right now. If you say the agriculture, if you are taking, it is very important right now. If you go for the dental science, it is very important right now. If you go to the biotechnology, biochemistry, or the microbiology, it is good subjects because there are lots of scopes to build up your career with these courses. But the point is that you have to fix up your mind. Do not hear the others. Do not hear the parents only also. Do not hear teacher also, because maximum time they are being influenced with the campaigns, with the propagandas, with the promotions that do this thing, do this thing. So if you will get a good career. But if your passion is with photography, go for photography. If your passion is with, say, medical, go for NEET. The point is that in nowadays, the people are thinking that the education should not be confined with a particular science or arts or engineering. It will be in the NEP, they have rightly said that it should be interdisciplinary in the nature. So we are thinking in terms of intellectual infrastructure. We have to provide it. The intellectual infrastructure means, that means whatever I want to do, whatever I am dreaming, whatever I in my mind, I'll go to class and I will share my mind with my teacher. It is not that the teacher are forcing me to do this thing, to listen this thing and go for the examination, have a marks of 90% and then go to the interview. The industry is not looking in that way nowadays. The industry is looking only for the execution. They're getting the innovation. They are trying to get the creativity. And if it is creativity and innovation, certainly you can contribute to the industry as well as the society. The rupee symbol was not there. It was invented. It was invented in the IIT. So the student were thinking that how I will draw the symbol of the rupee. Now the people are collecting data. The people are collecting information regarding medical science with the help of the AI. And the Google is incorporating AI to give more strength in the search engine. So why? Because AI has certain things which can give you the best answer. Even CBSE is forced to say, don't use AI to give your answer. Because if you give your answer by using AI, that is the best answer. So try to apply your mind, and in next term, you apply AI or ML. The point is that the computer is shaping up with the anatomic structure. So they are incorporating the medical science also into their programming, into their coding. And polymer science, it is coming right now in a bigger way. So polymer science is giving the idea of all chemical part, chemistry into their courses. And this is, they are applying ML and AI. Now, with this thing, I can say one point, that if you go for a course, first you set up your mind that what passion do you have in your mind. If you are love of Sangeet, if you have love of Sangeet, music, then certainly you can become a Anupam Rai after finishing the course of engineering. It is possible. He has shown that after finishing the electronics engineering, he right now has become. You can become a Chetan Bhagat also. So it is depending that what is your passion, and fix up the mind and jump into the field and concentrate with your everything that I will become an idol in this life. There are lots of examples. I am not mentioning this. Even I can say Hemanta Mukherjee was a student of Jadavpur University and he left mechanical engineering to become a singer. So it is possible. It is possible if you have a dream, not only dream, if you have a passion to do, that I will do. And everything is possible. Nothing is impossible in this world. That is proved already. So my point is, you are slightly nervous now because you have just completed your school. You are entering into the college, And the college is basically to go for a teamwork, because you will understand here how to execute a job by a team. It is very important, because in college, you are in a team, you are not alone. You have to do a project as a team. And after a while, when you are finishing your college, you have to go for the society. So then you will think, okay, what I have learned in the college, I'll contribute to the society. So that is the obvious for years after years. So be prepared with your full cheerness that I will do my course for happiness, for my happiness. I will enjoy the course anyway. So that is my simple experience, and I think the student will choose their course or the streams in that manner.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Bidyut Majumdar, for your views. So we enter into the ChatGPT world, so everything can be done in a flick. So, we are entering, and you spoke of free will, the volition, the power of volition to take your independent choices and build your own career. And it doesn't require discipline, which will define your life. So in conclusion, because I know time is running out, there's another panel. I wish we could have a more immersive discussion. I would like to thank all my glittering panelists, Dr. Sinha, Principal Om Dayal, Sriranjani Joshi, Director George Group, Shushmit from Haldia Institute, General Manager, Ajanta Sinha Roy, Director Vidya.com, and of course, last and not the least, the formidable Bidyut Majumdar, General Manager, GIS. With that, I bring it to an end. And if there are questions, Devjit or Shivam, if you could let me know, Rajashree. Otherwise, we are ready to hand it to the next panel. Let me give a digital applause to all the lovely people for spending time with me before the call. We prepared a little bit of a, drama. Who goes first? I thank you for your time. I pledge you for it's a lovely Saturday afternoon, a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun. So do enjoy the weekend as we close out. On to you, Devjit.
Thank you so much, Rahul sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Majumdar. Thank you, Dr. Maiti. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Thank you, Mrs. Joshi. And thank you, Mrs. Roy. So with this, we conclude this panel and we'll move on to the next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shivam.
The next panel we have on soft skill and aptitude, which is the foundation of any career. To moderate this panel, we would request Mr. Samar Banerjee, Chief Human Resource Manager, Star Cements. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sir, is your audio and video clear?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. We would request in the panel Dr. Manishankar Chakrabarti, Academic Advisor, Kingston Educational Initiative.
Hi,
Good
everybody.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, it is clear.
Thank you.
We'd also invite in the panel Mr. Subhashish Dasgupta, Director, Charnock Healthcare Institute and Acme Academy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
panelists. Hope I am audible.
Yes,
visible.
you are audible. Thank you, sir. We would invite Mr. Amitabh Gupta, CHRO, Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. So am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we would like to invite Dr. Abhijit Mitra, Principal, UIT, Bardhaman. Good afternoon, sir.
Everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, it is clear.
Also.
Thank you.
We would also like to invite in the panel Dr. Subhendu Majumdar, Principal of Calcutta Business School.
Good afternoon, and greetings from Calcutta Business School. I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Very much.
Thank you for joining. I would request Mr. Samar Banerjee to kindly take care of the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shivam, and good afternoon, esteemed panelists and my dear students who have logged in. So when I got, am I clear? Audible?
Yes, audible.
Yeah.
Yes, audible.
So when I got the topic that my BCCI friends actually handed it over to me, So I was in a very deep dilemma. What comes first, whether it is aptitude or whether it is soft skills? And I have been on the other side of the table most of my career recruiting people, and then it was really difficult for me to kind of place my finger as to what is the reason or what is the criteria that we essentially select employee. While we select an employee and as the employee continues to grow in the organization, so what matters most? So all this was crossing my mind, and then I thought we cannot have a more brilliant panel than this, with brilliant academicians, Professor Abhijit Mitra, who also is a rank holder, he was an associate professor at IIT Guwahati, Dr. Manisankar Chakravarti, who also advises internationally on academics and various other interventions. Then we had Subhendu Majumdar, principal Calcutta Business School, with whom my association dates back probably to the last 10 years. We have Amitabh Gupta, CHRO Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, and Subhasis Dasgupta, Director Charnak Healthcare and Acme Academy. So it's a brilliant combination of experts, I must say, and I must agree, and who are actually shaping the future of the country. They are the architects who are defining as to how the future is going to look like, more for the country and also particularly for the industry like us. They bring on board deep expertise and experience as to how students are molded, how students are shaped, and what actually is more important, whether it is aptitude, which most of us would know and agree that it is inherent trait in people, whereas soft skills are certain things which has a high degree of developability. So over a period of time, they can be developed, and then you can actually succeed. So in the current era of the workplace dynamic changing very rapidly, I was listening to my previous panel. They were talking about the growth of computer science as a career choice. They're talking about so many other things that are actually emerging, which relies principally on technology. So while technology pervades our daily life, and it is also from my personal experience when I see my kids growing up. So one of them is about to pursue his graduation. So the kind of time that they spend with the gadgets, whether they are really focusing on developing the so-called soft skills that today the industry is looking at. So there is this conflict going on. I would begin by inviting Professor Mitra with a very elementary and a fundamental question, because that I think is going to be an eye-opener for most of us and more so for the students. Sir, I would like you to please tell us and share your expertise and experience. So while we talk a lot about soft skills and aptitude, what do we essentially understand in simpler terms? So we hear a lot about these conflicts, we hear a lot about the priorities, we hear a lot about the importance of this. But for a student to understand it in very simpler language, we'd like to know from you, sir. Over to you, Professor Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. See, in this, in my career spanning almost 25 years, where I had been with IIT Guwahati for almost 8 years, and then I had been with various institutes, and now that I am with Bardhaman University, because you know that I am the principal of the Engineering College of Bardhaman University for the last 5 years. See, I mean, what I feel is that now again, I mean, we all know in the last panel also, I was watching that the experts, they were talking about the interdisciplinary importance. I mean, the national educational policy, which is almost, I mean, you know, they have given on the focus of multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, I mean, focus. I believe we should first understand from the very beginning that, I mean, why we are at all interested in the soft skill as well as the aptitude. Okay. Now, as already Mr. Banerjee has said that soft skill aptitude is something that is the natural ability. If I go by the dictionary definition, then definitely, I mean, a natural ability to do something or something inborn, a potential to perform something. Now, I had the opportunity of mingling with the best brains of our India when I was with IIT Guwahati. And what I felt is that, the aptitude or the natural, the inborn ability, that is somewhere, the 19 or 20 to all the students. But then sincerity, that comes first. Something which is, which can be developed over time, which can be developed over period, over years. And if the students can focus on that one, then I believe in the later years of their life, they will, they will get the fruit of that one. So, now again, if I go to the, because being an academician, I always go through the dictionary first. Now, if I go to the dictionary definition of soft skill again, that says that personal attribute that enables someone to interact effectively and harmoniously with other people. Now, see, there are two different parts. One is effectively, another is harmoniously. So that means when one person is communicating, how effectively he or she is communicating and how harmoniously, means in a group, he or she is communicating. So these two are the things. First thing is that aptitude, something inborn, a talent that is inborn. We have to just, somehow we have to razor sharp that one. And the other thing is soft skill, because, as I have been associated with many institutes, not only IIT, with some private institutes also, we saw that people who are coming from different corners of our country, who are coming from rural background, they do not have mostly the English language ability. To express themselves in English, we felt that the soft skill, which can be given more importance than aptitude. Because, we feel that, if you ask any students, if a student has some sort of, intellectuality, if you ask a student, say a very intellectual question, might be that some student will give the answer to you within few seconds, some students will take few minutes. But if the students cannot effectively communicate, if the students cannot interact with other people in a better way, then the students cannot make it understand that what he or she wants to do. So we give more importance on soft skills. And soft skill is, as I have said, that this is the personal attribute, this is the way of communicating with other people, not only effectively, but also harmoniously. Now with this, I would also like to hear from the other panelists also, the esteemed panelists.
For your excellent insight, I would like to now invite Dr. Manisankar Chakravarti, who also happens to be an advisor to many international groups and countries, who would have seen a wider, larger world, and would like to know from him his perspective and how he has seen the things evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Samar Banerjee. Wonderful having here this august audience. It's my pleasure and privilege. Like to congratulate Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I am the academic advisor of Kingston Educational Institute. I'm based in Dubai. In the last 25 odd years that I had been working, and more precisely for the last 18 years since the time I left the shores of India, I was fortunate enough to get in touch with professionals, with students, with industry experts, and my fellow peers from different parts of the world. And through my research, which is also one area where I can relate soft skills, hard skills, and as Mr. Samar Banerjee and my prior speaker, Professor Mitra, was harping upon aptitude and soft skills. Let me take a little different look on that. When we talk about skills, as Professor Mitra has said, this is something which we acquire over
Dr. Chakravarti's voice for a while.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, so as I was trying to say, skills are basically something which we acquire over a period of time, and the aptitude will enable us to do the job or the task that is meant to be done. Now, when we talk about soft skills, as we quite often have realized that these are the things which are being needed or asked by the industry a lot. And Mr. Banerjee, being a recruiter, being on the other side of the table, I'm sure gives a lot of emphasis to that. And many of our esteemed speakers who were there earlier, or panelists for that matter, who happens to be from the industry, they also know how important it is. Because it's basically at the end of the day, the attitude which will shape the altitude. We all know that. But when we talk about attitude, there are two elements to it. One, we have the soft skills, and the other, we have the hard skills. So soft skills are things which are required across the domain, across the industry. Hard skills could be related to the profession. For example, if we are talking about, let's say, computer science graduate, whatever language, Python or HTML or whatever he knows are all part of hard skills. But when it comes to the softer aspects, for example, interpersonal skills, teamwork, diversity management, conflict management, these are the things which are of absolute importance for all kind of professional. Because we are dealing with the target audience over here who are from class 9th to class 12th, I guess for them, soft skills are very important in the sense that they are in their formative years of their career. And they're going to soon get into a different world, which I call as dogs eat dogs kind of environment. It is a rat race out there. So how do we ingrain these soft skills which will contribute to the development of abilities? Well, soft skills are things which cannot be taught on a standalone basis. We need to inculcate those skills along with hard skills. We need to have it ingrained in the course delivery. For example, if I'm teaching business management, let's say I'm teaching human resource management, and I'm talking about recruitment and selection. Now, what are the softer aspects that comes into a recruitment and selection purview? So I need to see whether the candidate who has come for the interview is well groomed, whether he is having the right body language, whether he is able to have the eye contact and stuff like that. Well, you cannot teach those things per se. There are abundant institutions across the world having only soft skills as a class. We are also offering this program at Kingston Educational Institute. But what we have ensured is there is a continuous relationship happening between soft skills and the courses which are being taught or learned by the tutor. So for me, soft skills are things which has to be ingrained with the course delivery, cannot be a compartmentalized mindset, and that will contribute to the development of aptitude of a candidate or a job aspirant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti, for your insight. I think what you have said makes a lot of sense. So the combination of the learning has to be more towards softer skills, which actually leads to the success in students' life and also for the future career. So understanding at an early stage or a formative stage and striving to work towards them makes it more meaningful. I would like to now invite Dr. Subhendu Majumdar and would like to hear from him. If we were to focus on either of these two, so which one would you like to have precedence over the other? So do we focus more on the softer skills, or we focus more on the aptitude like mechanical ability or spatial ability, or we talk about logical reasoning? Or academician, what do you think the focus would lie?
Thank you. Very pertinent question for this session. I'm really thankful to become one of the panelists from Calcutta Business School and all my co-panelists and chairman of this session. So in soft skill versus the aptitude, which are basically which one is more pertinent and relevant for the development of career of new aspirants. In terms of their skills, it is basically related the acquirance of this knowledge and makes it more perfect. Practice part, which will be related on the aspects of different perspective, which will be taken care in the different perspective in the today's modern workforce, developing and demonstrating these soft skills, which are very much necessary to advance their career. But the aptitude in the spatial and the other aptitude, which are also a part of this, and it will be taken care, because if not, aptitude is basically different from this skill, because it is there's some natural ability. So it is ability based natural talent. So innate, this is not that way psychological variables. Suppose the different one is trait based, another is ability based. And here some people are having inherent some qualities, unlike a skill that can be make it a practice. So therefore, if someone is more making on aptitude, talents and skill, this aptitude is the more innate and acquired capacity for something that can range from development of the knowledge and the learned and the acquired abilities. So sometimes one is vice versa and mutually exclusive. It is not that one is more important, other is not required. Both are required, and I think the skill and the aptitude to be more on the practical domain, and the students through their pedagogy, which in their design thinking, critical analysis ability, which can make them more perfect to career building in today's, which is basically make them a human engineering with the aspects of the technology delivery. That means today these hard and soft, hard skill and the soft skill, with something there is no juxtaposition. So therefore soft skill is required, which will be given in terms of the personality traits, communication and their time management, empathy, teamwork, curiosity, adaptability, networking base, etc., which will be giving them a perfect understanding. And the aptitude actually this way, rather that which will give them some verbal, non-verbal, both the cues in kinestics in terms of their applied and industrial psychological variables in their work behavior, which will identify the criteria based on the predictors can be defined, and the actions that communicate their ideas, emotions, and making it is in a perfect human being. So to me, as an educator, I do feel personally that this soft skill required. Over to Mr. Banerjee.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mojumdar. And in between, we lost your voice. I do not know whether I lost the voice or you lost the voice. But I think the last part of your statement, I could not follow. However, for the benefit of the participants and the panelists, if you can just quickly take us through the last segment of your delivery.
I just concluded that way, that this aptitude, talents, and the skills, that whatever we are trying to make it differentiate, but I try to make it as a common area, that it is actually supplementing each and each other some criteria to predict the success of an individual in their work behavior, and also to make it alignment with the technologies today. So aptitude and soft skill, it is not different. We have to make it development for the each other, and these capabilities through the practice of critical analysis and design thinking to be practiced through our teaching, learning, pedagogy, so that both the soft skill and the aptitude both are to be learned, so that they can be a great career orientation should be given. That was my conclusion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mojumdar. before I invite my next panelist, again, I would like to understand from all of you, maybe during the later stage of the conversation that we will enter. I see my son taking multiple entrance exams, and most of the entrance exams are typically aptitude based. So while he qualifies for the written, it becomes a little tougher on him to move on to the next stage. So are institutions designing the entry tests in a manner that they rely entirely on the aptitude, or there is a good combination of soft skills and the inherent aptitude that today institutes are actually using as a tool to select or reject students? So I'll now invite Professor Amitabh Gupta, who shapes the future, who runs a large institution, and then he probably inducts thousands of students every year on board. So sir, over to you, and we'd like to understand whether the students should focus more on the inherent aptitude, which is about mathematical skills or logical skills or mechanical skills, or he focuses more on creativity, or he focuses more on communication or team building while he prepares for the interview, for the entrance.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. And I BCCI for this invitation, and I'm representing our institution. So I'm Vivekananda Group of Institution. So with my experiences, I have served the industry a couple of years in some multinational organization, followed by now I am into the academics. So from the experiences that I have received, so I just want to start with few examples. Like a few years back, I was just conducting a training program for the one of the young batches of management trainees, and suddenly I have seen one of this candidate has started eating food. He was feeling hungry. I mean, probably he was not having that idea that it is not that expected behavior. It is not, he did not understand that probably it is not an expected behavior to have some food within the meeting or in a training room. Sometime I have found some of the students send me WhatsApp messages that where are you, sir, followed by 4 or 5 exclamation marks or question mark. Probably he did not understand that you cannot do this. Sometimes they're writing in the email or in the messages in the capital letter. So probably he did not understand that it is, probably it means something else in the corporate. So from these examples, I have seen many failures of my students in different interviews, in spite of having, very good aptitude and very good, hard skills or the excellent knowledge in their subject or the domain knowledge, to be failed in the interview process, or probably in the in their process of getting promotion in the organization. It is because of the soft skills that I have understood. But it is also a fact that aptitude is also important, aptitude for doing different jobs. Let's say, for example, if I want to get into a teaching profession, if I'm not having teaching aptitude, then how I can teach? So if I'm not having maybe I'm having a very good subject knowledge, but I'm not having the right kind of aptitude to teach the student, then I cannot become a good teacher. So it's a fact. So definitely the aptitude is important, but the most important part, if you want to prioritize, I want to prioritize, first one is the soft skill followed by the aptitude, because this aptitude can be taught and you can actually train on the mathematical skill. If you practice on a long period of time, 1 year, 2 year period of time, you can be a good, having good skill set in that particular aptitude. But the soft skills is something that comes from within yourself. If you don't understand that eating food within the premises where the many people are sitting is not accepted behavior probably, so then it's the issues. So probably whenever you are getting an interview call or a meeting call, sometime I have got this feedback from different people that I have called your student and he told that I'm busy. Please call me after some time. This is not an accepted behavior that these people have to understand. So that is the reason it's a pertinent question as we are discussing with the students of 10+2 level, probably 9-2 plus 12. So they are the people who are the future of our country, and they would be the future employees of different organizations, maybe the employers as well. So that is the reason people need to understand, and these soft skills are one of the important skills that needs to be taught and that needs to be acquired, and that is going to ensure their future career in the different organizations, maybe as an employee, maybe as an employer. Because as an employer also, if you are not having the right kind of soft skills, probably you will not be able to retain the good quality employees. Because maybe you are a very good employer, you are paying good amount of money, but you are not able to interact with the people properly. Maybe you are, say for example, just giving one example, if you want some of your employees to stay back after 6 p.m. or after 5 p.m., if you are giving them a kind of a coercive message that you have to stay back after 5 p.m. up to 8 p.m., you have to stay back kind of thing, most of the people will be feeling a negative kind of thing, like, okay, again they are pressurizing us. But if I am communicating the same thing in a different articulation, this is a very important job or a project to be completed within this stipulated period of time, and you are the right person to do this job, I need your help. So probably the person would be feeling much more important that within the organizations and would love to stay back for that particular period. Maybe they would love to come back in the weekend as well. So how you are communicating and what you are communicating is very important. So maybe the different people are communicating the same thing, but the people are liking some person, not liking some person. Because of what? Because of the articulation of the way of talking. So that is why this, some of the other panelists was also talking about this, that's the communication, how you are communicating is very, very important. Because ultimately at the end of the day, after some period of time, you will be the people manager. And the people would be working for you or would not be working for you, or listening to you or would not be listening to you. One of the most important parameter is your these soft skills and how you are interacting with them, how much the interpersonal relationships you are building, right? If I can remember when I was in the corporate, I can remember suddenly at around we are working late night because of the month end. At around 12:30, one of the employees was talking about having ice cream. So I got shocked at 12:30 where I can. So then one of my assistant manager told, okay, no issue. If they are looking for ice cream, I'll try to arrange. So he goes out and somehow he find out some ice cream and came back. So probably, that's some of the simple examples. I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, we need to understand. That's the reason in our institute at Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, we make it mandatory that you, before going for the corporate jobs, you need to understand the basic things like, say, for example, an elevator etiquette. Or say, for example, a dining etiquette. How to, the way you are behaving in a college canteen, probably that is not an expected behavior in a corporate canteen. So that is something different. Maybe on a Thursday, you are coming in a jeans or a sneaker. Probably that is not expected in a corporate where the formal dress code is available. So these are the basic things. So that definitely both the things are important, as you are giving examples of some institute are giving much more importance on aptitude. I think, according to me, probably that is the reason probably they are taking this aptitude test as an elimination test, because many people are applying probably just in order to shortlist. But however, the final selection for most of the good institute should be based on the soft skills, because if you are not having the right kind of attitude at the end of the day, it would be very difficult to teach them. Right, even for the job as well. The HR also probably, as you are also from the HR fraternity, probably you understand that if the attitude is not right, probably it will be very difficult. So that is the reason we, the HR professional, at the beginning we used to ask negative questions. That is, probably you are not suitable. Probably you cannot do this night shift job. Probably you are not going to relocate. You are having huge field job. You are not suitable. So want to understand in these negative questions how they react. So definitely, probably they are very good in the subject knowledge, marks us very good, aptitude is also very good. But if we found that attitude is wrong, probably we'll be having a dilemma whether to select that person for the next process or not. So according to me, definitely, soft skill plays the pivotal role over the aptitude. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. It was so nicely expressed that understanding the nuances of software communication right from the time you start your career, so it actually paves your way for future success and growth. However, there was a little bit of a contradictory thought being shared by Amitabh, that talent is probably something can be developed over a period of time. We will leave it to the last part of the session after we complete getting insights from Subhasis Dasgupta. So Mr. Dasgupta is an accomplished entrepreneur. He is also a professional by his qualification, and he must have been recruiting a lot of people and would have seen the journey of their growth. So both as an entrepreneur, where have you given or what has been your criteria of selecting people, those who are able to meet target or those who are able to manage target? So when I say meet targets, there will be some set of people who delivers extraordinary result year on year, and they might not be very high on the softer skills, but there are people who are just about able to manage the target, but they are good on the softer skills. They are able to interact well with the colleagues. They are able to kind of communicate well. But when it comes to delivering results, many a times they falter. So Mr. Dasgupta, we would like to hear from you as to what has been your experience and what is that you will tell the aspiring students as to how do they prepare themselves for their career for the future. Over to you, Mr. Dasgupta.
Thank you, Mr. Samar, for this nice preview before I start. And thanks BCCI for inviting me as a speaker. And good afternoon to all my co-eminent panelists and my loving students who are there as audience. Since this session is directed towards the students of 9 to 12, and you people are actually at a very critical juncture of your life to decide what you want to do. So I will briefly tell you the things through my own life story, because I have also been a student. I have also passed through this class 9 to 12, and then I started shaping my career. First and foremost, let us understand that when you are going into the corporate world, there are two things that happens. One, either we join the corporate world by default or by choice. By default means I am very good in economics, but I am doing something in other stream. I got a job in something other streams, or I pursue whatever I am good at, and I join the corporate world in the same stream. Now, most of the time, people who have joined by default suffers from stress and anxiety because they are not happy, because they have a different aptitude. They develop their soft skills on that, targeting that aim, but finally they land up somewhere else, and that's where they go on shifting from one place to the other. Whereas, so at this juncture, when you are appearing for your class 12, you should first analyze yourself. First and foremost, analyze yourself, your aptitude. What is your aptitude? What you are good at? Because as my co-panelists have said, that aptitude is something which is inborn or which is within yourself. So try to analyze what is that thing where you are competent, and accordingly develop the soft skills. Soft skills and aptitude, I think, goes hand in hand. You may be very good in mathematics, but if you are poor in communication, maybe tomorrow if you want to be a teacher, you will not be able to explain the mathematics to your students. So you analyze your aptitude, develop the soft skills accordingly. The question which was raised by chairperson, being an entrepreneur, which sort of employees do we look into? People who are managing or people who are meeting or doing extraordinary? For me, people who are managing the target somehow, but are having very good soft skills, are always appreciated by the entrepreneur, because they are here for a long period of time. People who are doing extraordinary targets without having a soft skills like communication skills or interpersonal skills or teamwork skills, they can be tomorrow a question mark in your organization, because they may be doing excellent target, but if tomorrow a small communication error or a small error in teamwork can actually collapse your entire efforts. So people who are today doing or managing the targets and having good, as Mr. Amitabh has said, that aptitude can be trained. It can be trained. So people today who are just managing targets, somehow they can be trained. They can be given better training program, better skill development program. Since they're already having good soft skills, with this training, they can tomorrow become a better employee or a better target achiever. So I hope, Mr. Samar, I answered your question that as an entrepreneur, whom I would prefer, I would have definitely prefer, as in our pharma industry, when I joined Cipla, the guru of my, I consider him as a guru, means Dr. Hamid, who is the owner of Cipla, he always says that it's always better to have an average employee and train them rather than having a super extraordinary employee, because that super extraordinary employee will never stick to you. He will never stick to you, and they will always go on hopping from one place to the other. In my career, I have seen CVs of people who in 1 year has switched 3 companies. Right. To this, to the audience, I would like to request that first decide what you want to do rather than going hopping, because tomorrow you are going to lose your industry credibility. Tomorrow, if you come to me with your CV having 4 jobs in 1.5 years, I'll definitely not take you. That means you have a stability issue. And that stability issue is related to your mental stability. That is also again a soft skill as well as an aptitude issue. So always I would prefer a moderate employee, train them, an employee having moderate aptitude, train them. They are having good soft skill, give better training on them, and tomorrow they can become an asset to the organization. Thank you, Mr. Samar.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. I think there was a little bit of contradictory response coming in as to whether talent aptitude can be built or it can be trained. I'm just posing to the larger panel a question, whether for designing a bridge you will hire a person with strong mechanical aptitude or average mechanical aptitude and high on soft skills. So this is for the students to understand and decipher as to where does it actually make the difference. So Professor Mitra or Dr. Chakravarti, if you can throw light on this. And pardon me for raising such a debatable topic.
No, that is okay. See, I mean, I would like to speak few things with few examples. Okay.
Right.
If the panel gives me the scope to do that. See, the thing is that first thing, as an educationist, as an academician, that I would like to say is that aptitude and soft skill, these should go hand in hand. They should go in tandem, first thing. And the next other point that I would like to also mention is that, see, not only the aptitude, not only the soft skill, we should not forget the hard skill also. We should not forget the knowledge also, because knowledge that can be required over time, soft skill that can be required over time, but aptitude that can be nurtured over time. See, if I am talented inborn, I mean, what extra thing you can make me understand, or what extra thing that you can teach me? See, you can at the most, nurture something. You can, imbibe something into me. You can inculcate something into me so that I can nurture my talent. But the hard skill, the knowledge, the soft skill, these has to be given prior importance. Now, see, as I have said that, I would like to give you examples. Now, AICT is very much proactive into all these things, because I am from an engineering college. In UIT also, we follow the syllabus of AICT, and I believe that now almost all the colleges, including Jadavpur University, is also, probably following the AICT syllabus. Now, AICT has given us some sort of mandate, and according to that one, we have developed the soft skill syllabus in, molding into that one. See, in our time, we all probably agree because we are old enough. See, the thing is that in our time, English communication means English as a language as it is comprehended, spoken and written. But now the time has changed, because we are living in a cyber era. We are living in an IT era. So according to time, our need has also changed. Now, I will just give you a glimpse that how, what sort of courses that we teach in our college as the soft skill courses. In first semester, we have English literature. In first semester, we also have language lab. In language lab, we usually give the students the training that how a phonetics is developed, how a particular word or something is pronounced. Then we go to linguistics and oral language, oral communication. Then we go to business communication, then grooming and personality development. The next course is group discussion and PI. And the last course that we offer in humanities is cyber law and cyber ethics. You see that everything has been integrated. There is no, scope of leaving a particular part. So this is the holistic approach. Now, on the other hand, if you look at the aptitude test, in our time, again, I am telling that we are old enough. In our time, in earlier time, aptitude test always means a logical reasoning, verbal reasoning, numerical reasoning. I believe you would agree with me, but now the time has changed. Now we also require intro exercises. We want situational judgment from the students. We want critical reasoning. See, these are the, need of the time. So we cannot ignore one hand and we can give emphasis to the other. So now everything is, it has to be, taken as a garland. There has to be a holistic approach. And my final submission is that it is not only the aptitude, there must be a combined aptitude and knowledge test. The combined aptitude and hard skills test. So on one hand, combined aptitude and hard skill test. On the other hand, soft skills test. If you can prepare a future citizen of our country in this way, I believe that will be beneficial for our country. Now open to the panelists.
I think we are running out of time. So the time allotted to us was for 45 minutes. I'll take the last response from Dr. Chakravarti. And I really do not know how many students participated because only it's showing 13 participants, of which majority are the panelists. And then there are the BCCI team. So I would have liked a larger set of students to participate and take these brilliant insights from all the experts. So Dr. Chakravarti, the last view from you, from Dubai.
I'd like to extend to what my esteemed panel members have talked about. We are a cricket crazy nation. So let me relate it with cricket when it comes to aptitude and soft skills. Well, we all know Vinod Kambli and Sachin Tendulkar. Both of them had achieved tremendous milestones when they studied for and played for Shraddha Ashram Mumbai. And at one point in time, I remember there was another character called as Amol Muzumdar, who also, captained the Mumbai team, who was also equally talented, if not more than Sachin Tendulkar. But just compare their achievements today. And if you see talent-wise, all three were on the same pedestal. In fact, Sachin was not just below Vinod Kambli, or for that matter, even Amol Muzumdar at a certain period of time. But what made Sachin Tendulkar stand apart from the other or the rest of the cricketers all over the world was he was not only leveraging his talent in the right way, he has that softer aspect. His feet was firmly grounded whenever he was achieving something. He was a team player to the core. He was a person who had an objective, who had a goal, and he knew how to pursue it. I guess this is where the students go wrong. Whenever, soft skills are not being ingrained, these are not being inculcated through our values, through our culture, these looks as a standalone parts which the student have to understand. And despite the fact that we all provide different kinds of training, well, I don't think it really helps. So it has to start from the infancy stage, i.e. the school has to play a pivotal role right from the primary moving into the secondary, then the tertiary education. And then the moment they come into the college and institution, they build up on those credentials. So these were my 2 cents, gentlemen. And thank you.
I think we need to wrap up the session. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. It has been a brilliant exchange of views and learning for all of us. Not only the students, I think practicing professionals like us will also immensely be helped because of these insights. And I thank you once again for sparing your time and for giving us such a lovely discourse. And thank you, BCCI, for organizing this event for us. I really do not know how many students participated, but if you can send across the recorded message to the participants who were intended to listen to this, I think that would be of help. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Sir. In fact, I'll just mention it to you. Currently what you're seeing in the Zoom panel, it is only the speakers who are in the panel as well as the technical team who are hosting it. The
Okay.
entire viewership is happening on YouTube and Facebook, and
Oh, thank you so much.
and the
So
viewership
you
is
leverage
already running in.
technology really well.
So the viewership is going to be in thousands because people are joining from all districts in West Bengal. That is the
That's
beauty of
great.
using it.
That's good to know.
And I will
And
share the
thank you,
statistics.
Shivam, for organizing such a brilliant afternoon for all of us.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, since time is running out, so I would like to conclude this session. I would like to thank Samar sir for moderating this session. I would like to thank the panelists, Dr. Chakravarti, Mr. Dasgupta, Mr. Amitabh Gupta, Dr. Mitra, and Dr. Majumdar. Thank you so much for joining the panel discussion. And to the viewers who are watching us on YouTube and FB, we would thanks them to be tuned in with us from 10:30 in the morning. And we will be taking, all of us, let's take a small lunch break, and we'll be resuming at 3 o'clock. So we request all of them to kindly log in at 3 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Have a nice day.
Shivam, and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So I think we already had 4 sessions in the morning, and we have got a very important session, which in fact, in the morning to the panelists of this panel and to the moderator, I'll just like to recap an important discussion which was happening in the morning panels. And there was a lot of stress which was being put on extracurricular activities. And this is a panel which is going to focus more on extracurricular activities. There were some suggestions as to, it should not be said extracurricular activities. It should be said co-curricular activities, because it has to be an integrated approach. So I'll request all of you if you can put more, insights into it. So we would like to start this panel discussion, which is on extracurricular/co-curricular activities to develop mind and body along with academics.
Absolutely.
And to moderate this panel, we have with us Mr. Parthu Chattaraj, who is the General Manager HR with India Power Corporation Limited. Good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In the panel, we have with us Srimati Roopkatha Sarkar, Principal, La Martiniere for Girls. Good afternoon and welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Also in the panel, we have Professor Dr. Shantanu Kumar Sen, Principal of Guru Nanak Institute of Technology. Good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Again, in the panel, we have Ms. Bidisha Sarkar, CEO of SBI HM Group of Institutions. Good afternoon and welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody.
We also have with us Mr. Sushant Das, Principal of Jyotirmay Public School. Good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to all.
I hope audio and video are working fine with everybody.
Yes.
Okay, so I request Mr. Parthu Chattaraj, if you can please take care of the session.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shivam. And I welcome all the panelists for this discussion. As Shubham rightly said, that it should be, termed not as a extracurricular activity, but as a co-curricular activities also. So before going to a discussion, I like to add 2 to 3 things to tune the session. That is, we all know that this extracurricular activity is very important for the overall development and growth of the individual students when we are talking about extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities about the student. And it is the thing that is imparting knowledge as well as skills related to the specific areas, specific subjects. This is very finely defined by Mr. Viswanathan Anand. I like his quote that parent first and foremost is very important to understand and recognize the activities your child is naturally gravitating towards it, and it is important to also ensure that your child likes what he or she is doing. Mr. Anand say he believed that in exposing children to as many as hobbies and extracurricular activities, result is very impactful. So with this note, I like to roll out today's session. First, I would like to request Dr. Professor Shantanu Sen, Principal, the Guru Nanak Institute of Technology. Actually, in another note, we have a very unique panelist in this session, because we have somebody in our this panel who is from a technical institute. I am not minimizing it or minimizing it as a technical or non-technical, but fact remains he is from a technical institute. Roopkatha madam, she is from a very predominantly girls school, and Mr. Sushanto Das is from a school which is a co-educational school, and Madam Sarkar, she is a group CEO of Subhash Chandra Institute of Hotel Management. So the panelists, in respect of their all domains, it is very unique. So my first question is go to Mr. Shantanu Sen. Sir, what is your take on extracurricular activities to develop mind and body along with the academia. Sir, your time start now.
Yeah. Oh, first of all, I would like to, since the two terminology, that extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities had came up during at the outset of the discussion. We actually follow both the things in the professional institute, and both the things are very, very important for the overall growth of a student. Now, co-curricular activities mainly that deals with, because some students are listening. So, and most of them knows also. The thing is that the co-curricular activities, it mainly, gives the support to the curriculum and the syllabus. And that is mainly, the seminar, workshop, then that we also do. Then conference, then tech-based. It happens in a lot of colleges and schools. Then these workshop seminar, as I said, and training, then value-added courses, BCT, beyond curriculum training. These kind of things are called co-curricular activities. And extracurricular activities mainly deals with that, like mainly sports, music, culture, club activities. So these are the two areas actually. And both the things are equally important for the holistic development of a student. Now, since I belong from an professional institute and engineering college, so what is my experience is that the scenario has been changed recently. See, here from my college every year around 600 students. There are total 3,000 students are there in different streams. So every year my placement in my college is more than 90%. Now, what we have seen during last 6-7 years, when the companies are coming, I am citing the names of some companies like say TCS, Accenture, Mindtree, so big companies. So they are recruiting students, all are BTech, third year, mostly that the 7th semester or 8th semester. They come usually in the 7th semester nowadays. Now, TCS has two things: same students, same degree, almost same marks, but some students are getting recruited by the 3.5 lakhs package, whereas the other students in the same class, in the same college, in the same branch, they are getting recruited by 7.5 lakhs. Similar is the case of Mindtree. Some are getting recruited with 5 lakhs, some are with 11 lakhs. Where is the difference? The difference is there. The students who have the leadership, the communication skill, the personality is different. Who are my experience is that who are well versed and acquainted with the system, and who are in different committees, and they have the extra potentiality apart from the academics, which gets developed through these extracurricular and co-curricular activities. They are recruited by the very high package. So the trend is that companies nowadays do not want only the academic brilliance. So with that, the holistic development, the overall, how he speaks, how he or she deals with the co-mates, the seniors. So these are very, very important nowadays. Every company is focusing, and these are the things only gets possible through these co-curricular and extracurricular development. So this is the practical scenario. And as I said, the topic that you have kept, and this is very, very important. And if we see that the national education policy, which is getting implied and implemented in almost across the country, it has started. Okay, and institutions will have to mandatorily implement within 1 or 2 years. So here in NEP, they are focusing on the holistic development. They have in higher education now, I am telling you, earlier our credit in 4 years, the total credit was 220. And the institutions, some autonomous institutions, they used to take the credit. Now we have 230 credit, we have 240 credit. The government has changed the policy. Now the mandate is that you cannot increase you cannot go beyond 160 credit. So we have reduced the number of subjects. In first year, you won't believe, earlier in first year when students used to come from schools, there were 6 subjects. Now it has been reduced to 3 subjects. And out of these 3 subjects, the course, the syllabus, the content has also been reduced. And if you see that in higher education, a lot of changes are going to be getting implemented. But the thing is that in school level education, it has not been implemented. I have seen in ICSE, the volume of syllabus and lot of subjects are there. So I think these needs a rigorous change, because the thing is that it has to be a very balanced life. And for that, this holistic development, these things, the co-curricular and extracurricular, these things are very, very important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sen. Yes, you are absolutely right, because the CTC part and all these things, what you have mentioned. So this type of activities is the differentiator, right?
Right.
These are the differentiator, and at the same time, a particular hobby define a person also. Say, for example, if somebody is very fond of playing football or cricket, say team sports, he has some sorts of attributes, some sorts of temperament.
Right.
And if somebody is like to play chess, or which is game which is solitaire in nature, his objective and his personality or her personality will be different. So yes, absolutely, you are right. Thank you very much for your deliberation. I will get back to you. Now, Rupkatha Madam, my question is to you that today we are talking about extracurricular activity, and also at the starting at the time of opening session, Shivam also said that we should consider not it as a extracurricular activity, but as a co-curricular activity. So, Madam, I have a question to you that that is, this extracurricular activity or co-curricular activity is supplementary or complementary to each other. What is your take on this? Over to you, Madam.
Ma'am, your one is mute. Unmute, please. Ma'am, you have to unmute.
Madam, please
So
unmute. Unmute, please.
Yes. Yes. Am I audible now?
Yeah. My question
Thank
was,
you.
what
I've
is
heard
your
your question.
Please.
I've heard your question, moderator, sir. Co-curricular activities or extracurricular activities, in our school, we call it co-curricular because it goes hand in hand with the curriculum that we have designed. And every day in the 5 days or 7 days of the week, Sunday, Saturday is a holiday. But in effect, even on Saturday, the children are going for different activities, either in school or outside school. And for developing a 360-degree report card, which is now the requirement for every school, and especially in NEP now, we know that a child is not just a person who studies some curriculum or some syllabus in a classroom. The child is a person who is a holistic individual with a mind, body, and spirit that needs to be developed. And that cannot happen just in a classroom with the syllabus that any board or any organization can happen or formulate. It has to happen also outside the classroom. So in the week, every 3 days, thrice in a week, every student has to opt for 2 or 3 co-curricular activities from their choice, from the plethora of activities that we have. So we have about, like 23 co-curricular activities, and any student can opt as per his or her liking. We have girls, so it's only her liking. I can say his because we also have La Martinia for boys across the road. So therefore, both the schools, we also work together, coordinate together for different activities. And I can give you very clear examples how we do this. Okay, we have, say, a nature club. A nature club after school will not talk about or read or study anything. They will go out. Sometimes they will go to the nature park nearby. Sometimes on Saturdays, they will go to Victoria Memorial. they will clear the plastic that they see around. So in this way, they are understanding what they have studied in their syllabus, that the environment has to be kept clean. Plastic is harmful for the environment. So they're actually doing hands-on experiential learning through their work. They also do planting of saplings in various areas around, and they also look after the stray pets. The pets that are in the locality, they will do vaccination. They coordinate with a local vet, and they do vaccination of these pets, and they also look after them. So in this way, they are made environmentally conscious so that they become useful and worthy citizens of the community. We also have something called an Interact Club. Now, Interact Club, you know, is the school's chapter of the Rotary Club. So here they do a lot of community service. Twice a week, they will be in an old age home, or what we say, a senior citizens home, where they are spending time with the residents there. They are singing, they are cooking for them, they are talking to them and spending quality time with them. In this way, they learn to respect the senior citizens in their family, and they realize that one day when they will reach to that age, they are not extras, or they are not people who are redundant in society, but people who have given active part of their life and now need to be respected and cared for. So a school, through co-curricular activities, is making an individual a valued citizen who realizes her responsibility towards society. We have something called a camera club. What is the work of a camera club? So they go around visiting various places of heritage. They click photographs. They come back and they discuss about the architectural facets of that particular place. They click photographs of scenes around them, which strike them, which causes some kind of concern for them. And when they come back, they have a discussion on the photographs that they have clicked. And many a times we have found that they realize that all is not well in our world. You know, they find that trees have these metals, posted on them, which disturb the bark and the entire stem of the plant. So they come and they discuss about it, and the nature club then takes it up from them, and they write to the concerned, environmental office nearby, the officials, to tell them to remove that and just tie something around it instead of nailing them on the planks or on the tree trunks. So in this way, they are learning to utilize what they have learned in their subjects in a more holistic manner. We have a football club for girls. In the month of July, we will have girls coming from different schools to play football. And we were very happy because, many schools in our city don't have girls who can play football. So in Kolkata, which is known as a place for football, many of the schools don't allow their girls to play football. So they come and we teach them, and they have a wonderful time, playing together. And through playing, as we all know, they learn so much than just sitting in a classroom. They learn to fall down. They learn to get up. They learn to lose. They learn to win. And they learn to play together as a team. And team, as you know, as Dr. Sen was saying, that, companies come and pick people whom they feel will be suitable for their organization. And they look out for certain skills of team building, skills of leadership who can work with others, happen through these co-curricular activities. So I think it is a wonderful way of complementing what the child is learning in class and to develop those skills which they can later take up as their career. I have people who have taken up hospitality as their career. I have people who have become wildlife photographers. Ashwika Kapoor, one of my students, she received the Green Oscar because she had filmed a bird known as Kokopo in New Zealand. And she developed this through her hobbies in the Kaleidoscope Club or Camera Club. So in this way, you see, a child develops in a 360-degree manner.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Actually, you are absolutely right. But what I understood that not only to be a good or a good citizen, this type of activities, inculcate compassion and empathy, because not for the elder people, but also for the, nature also, because today we are discussing about climate change and everything. So these are the things, it is very important. And when you are deliberating, Rupkatha madam, one quotes came into my mind, that is the most important thing probably we learn not at school, but when we are not in school, we learn lots of things like this, what you were saying, that is old days, that is paid care and everything. It is fantastic. Now, again, we will come back to you. Now, Mr. Dash, my question is, what are the extracurricular activities you are practicing at your school, that is Jyotirmoy Public School, and its impact among the students and all these things? Please.
Thank you so much, Chairman Sir, for this wonderful opportunity. I thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for having this wonderful session, a day-long session, and especially so for having this topic come for discussion, where mostly, the academics, the curricular things take the front stage. Extracurricular, as we are naming it, or as co-curricular we talk about, is set back. Because once it is more into classes 9, 10, 11, 12, that is the crowd that we are addressing today. Mostly children at this age are challenged with the upcoming career options that they need to look for in their life. Now, I put it in this manner. Like Swami Vivekananda has already said, you will be nearer to heaven through football than through the study of Gita.
Right.
So very rightly stated, and we need to understand the philosophy. When we talk about the academics, children are more interested with the curricular part, which is definitely important for the materialistic gain for themselves or for their family. But the other aspect, the extracurriculars or the co-curricular that we talk about, is for the spiritual and for the soul. We need to develop skills among our learners today to be not only good for themselves, but for the society. And that can be developed through these co-curricular activities in school. My school, Jyotirmoy Public School, is located on the outskirts of the city of Kolkata. And it has been just almost 19 years the school has been functioning. And we had the 5th batch of class 12 appearing for the boards this year. Nonetheless, the school has been putting a lot of effort in grooming our students with an all-round development. Now, since the question has been put in specific to what kind of activities we do in general with our students, I would answer it straight that academics, every school is taking care of. We also heard Rupkatha ma'am about the different kind of clubs and the co-curricular activities that children are engaged in different schools. Our school also does that. Now, beyond that, we also take our students to some NGOs, delivering lessons to the children. We have a tie-up with one small NGO near our school where we take our students to take classes. So children at the age from class 8 onwards are taken there. They are given the opportunity to explore their own understanding while explaining the concepts to the so-called underprivileged of the society, and also to understand what kind of challenges these children face. Because the children who come to us come from a privileged class mostly, because they are well-to-do, from a well-to-do family, and they can afford this kind of English medium education. But a larger chunk of the society which is left out do not have the privilege. So when children get to interact with such students, such peers of their own age, they realize that there is a greater task ahead, not only for themselves, but community at the large. Now, apart from that, we also at school expose our children with nature camps. Now, this is a very unique thing which can be only possible in a school like ours, which is situated on the outskirts. We organize a 3-day nature camp during the holidays with our students, where children stay away from their families. They spend 2 to 3 days inside the campus with their teachers. We call experts from outside. They interact, they engage students with different kind of activities, be it pottery, be it angling, be it farming. All these things are done in the school campus and the greater campus that we have. So children get an exposure with hands-on activities which enhance their life skills. Because when they are staying away from the comfort of their family, the care of their mother or father, and they have to take up the day-to-day routines by themselves. Within that short span of time, they understand some basic skills which are really important. And apart from these, we also host events of national importance. I would specifically mention here that recently in the year 2022, in the month of October, we had hosted the 32nd Senior National Sepak Takraw competition in our campus. Now, this event of Sepak Takraw is a very high-skilled sport. Many of us would not have heard about it, leave aside playing it. When our children witnessed this, and we had invited schools from neighboring areas, principals, teachers from neighboring schools, and when they saw the kind of skill and competition that was going on, the kind of camaraderie between the teammates that was required to win this sport, everybody was thrilled. It is a very, very difficult sport, at the same time requires a lot of skills. So once children are given this kind of exposure, that you require skills to excel in anything that is required, be it your studies, be it sports or any other area of interest, you will definitely achieve success only through perseverance and only if you have passion for it. These days, we have NEP being introduced in our curriculum, which talks about integrated and diversified approaches to the academics. In our school also, we give a lot of opportunities to students. We do not have this stipulated choice of subjects. We make the children understand that they can choose from the different courses which are available, and as per their interest, they can do so, and we get good results from them. Apart from this, we also have got NCC, which is again a very disciplined choice for the students. It develops the sense of discipline and dedication towards the country as a whole. And once they undertake such courses, definitely they come out to be champions. Apart from that, we also have an international student exchange program, club in school under a dedicated, supervisor. We recently had an international exchange program with a school in Cambodia, where children interacted on the cultural level. Apart from the academics, which was being discussed, there were a lot of exchanges, and because of this pandemic, now distance has been reduced. We can virtually interact. The spatial distance between any person or any institute has been reduced because of this virtual platform. So utilizing this opportunity, though we are situated near to the Sundarbans, very remotely located with a lot of challenges around, but still our students could interact with a school which was very far away from them, with a different time zone, and they experienced the fun that was there. The culmination of the 5 days event was so very interesting. Children spoke about the exchange on this virtual platform, about their experiences throughout the 5 days. and they came up with presentation. The Indian students, our students, came up with a presentation of their culture, and their students came up with a presentation of our culture was unique in itself. And everybody, believe me, that everybody who was witnessing, the teachers, the students, had a greater experience and exposure. Now, these small little things, I believe, definitely shape up the future path for any student. Because once you are beyond your academics, beyond your curricular setup, you will understand what is actually required. As my previous panelist, Dr. Sain, was also mentioning, that any company which comes for selection of candidates just not looks about the marks, the percentage of marks that a child would have got during his academic courses, but what kind of other activities the children have been exposed throughout their student career. So definitely school is a better platform. My sincere request to all the students and the teachers who would be listening across is to introduce as much variety as possible for students to explore their innate talents, because this will lead to for their future success in life. So with that, I believe these extracurriculars are really, really important. We cannot any longer call them extracurricular. They are very, very much important. As part of our curriculum, we have to integrate with our regular curricular activities. We have to give them due importance, which may not be there earlier, but it is the time we have to give it. So thank you so much for allowing me for this sharing of thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. That but is very impressive that we are all talking about extracurricular activities, talking about co-curricular activities, holistic approach. At the same time, we are thinking about our Mother Earth, that is all the climate and activities. And I think from this school, we will see our next Greta Thunberg in or Medha Patekar into our journey towards a climate sustainability. My next request is to Bidisha Sarkar Madam. My question is, what is your advice as a mentor to the students and other educational institute in respect of extracurricular activities or co-curricular activities? Vidisha Madam.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mentor Sir. Actually, Mr. Chaturaj, let me tell you one thing, and to the other peoples also present here. We are getting students from every, sectors of the society, and they are coming with specific interest. Like we are, I'm representing my college, that is Subhas Bose Institute of Hotel Management. We are organizing hotel management and hospitality management. We are organizing that we are conducting media science, we are conducting BBA, BCA, MBA, all the courses. We do have fashion technology also we are having. So we are getting students with a specific interest. So that can be only possible with all those helps. They're helping, all the schools are helping to develop their co-curricular activities and their passion. Nowadays students now they're getting the thing like, now they're all right to know about themselves, what we want, basically what we want to be. If we are interested for the hotel or hospitality, then only we will go for that. If we are not, then we will never think about that one. We will go for some other courses. So that thing happened only due to this kind of co-curriculum or extracurricular activities which are organizing and conducting by the schools. Like few times back, Ms. Rupkatha also, she was telling like they are having different clubs. So those clubs, what they are doing, basically students are exchanging their thoughts. Students are they're helping society as well as they're helping themselves also, and they are starting their career like what I am today and what I want to be tomorrow, and what my mentors under whom we are conducting all those things. Then thereafter we will be on that position. So nowadays, what is happening? They are trying to reach their goal with that passion. We found those students, they are willing to go, for training in either abroad or some outside of India, like they are willing to study outside of India. Why? Because they have learned how to inculcate other cultures, how to nowadays we don't have to compel parents ki you have to send students or your ward for the co-curricular activities or extracurricular activities organizing by the schools or colleges. So that's why now we are getting our full packages, like students are coming with a specific goal to us. And I must say to all the schools, really they're doing good, because all the students, they are nowadays knows ki what I am and what is my loopholes, what I have to develop inside me so that I will be somewhere in near future. So it's become quite easier for us to chisel them for to get some other, to give them a good shape. So I would like to request all the schools, like whatever you are organizing or you are imposing to the student, like you have to go to do this, because students, you have to give them that pathway, you have to walk on that path, then only you will get up, you will be reaching the goal on that. So that means you have to impose first, students, you have to go to the field and you have to clean the field. Students that doesn't have that thing in their mind, no, I have to go the field and I have to clear the field. So that is, the schools are doing really very nice. No, students, they have to do this kind of social activities to develop our societies. So these kind of things really, it is really appreciable if all the schools will do this kind of thing. And nowadays government also, they have taken so much steps to uplift this kind of co-curricular activities and extracurricular activities. So definitely in near future, we are going to get much more, passionate students for each and every fields. In my colleges also, I am having 3 colleges under me, and we are also having different club, like hospitality club, media club, and tourism club. Also, we are having hospital health and health camp. That is, their students are uplifting and doing development their thoughts. They are going to villages. My healthcare students, they are having a club. They are going to remote places to give certain healthcare options to the underprivileged persons, along with few. They are also taking few doctors. Somebody, maybe their parents or their family friends, or we are also helping them to hire doctors to take them for the remote places to give them some healthcare options to the underprivileged that area. And my hospitality students, they are having hospitality club. What they're doing, they are also, they're going to the schools. They're teaching students if they're having any interest for the hospitality. So they're teaching them how to go forward. So on that way, I do have the media club also. They're going to other, colleges, schools, and other areas like, government aided school. They doesn't have that much capacity to come to study institute like us. So they're going and they're teaching them to uplift their, so that they could add something to their CV, that I have started something and I know that one along with my school studies, I'm having this certificate and I can reproduce myself, I can represent myself before the interview board and so on. So on that basis, these clubs, my students are helping, underprivileged students on that basis, and they have, they had that type of thinking in their mind. So since the very beginning, from the school, from where they have started, only from there only they got this kind of thinking. We have to help. Who are not, who those people that doesn't have that much capacity to learn this kind of field. So we have to help them to uplift their, educational and other activities and other things. So I would like to request all the teachers, all the mentors, all the schools, and all the parents to give them some, encourage them to go for this co-curricular activities and extracurricular activities, organizing schools and other community society. Thank you very much, Mr. Chattaraj. Thank you for mentoring.
Thank you. We have only 5 minutes for this session. I would like to ask the last question to Dr. Sen. That is, extracurricular activities or co-curricular activities for any common people, it is much more fun, much more sports, much more community serving, all these things. And with this, do you believe that the main purpose of a student is to study, score, all these things matter? So how to balance between these things? My question, probably the last question of this session to you, to Dr. Sen.
Yes, this is a very important question, actually. The thing is that the parents have some intention that I have sent my boy or I have sent my daughter to study in your college, but I have found he is busy in all the time cricket or football or going outside for doing. I have not sent my son for doing this community service. We have, Pragati Club for looking after the orphanage and then old age home. So I have got some complaint also, that why you are sending my boys to this old age home and this thing. We have not sent it for doing this kind of thing. In hospital, we have a hotel management institute college. It's a good college. So their principal, he got a lot of complaints from the student. Why you are using my boys and girls for serving the people? So this is a challenge. The thing is that, yes, in college, what I see, as a principal of the institute, I am very happy with dealing with these extracurricular, co-curricular activities to run in my college. Why? Number one thing is that as it is benefiting the students for their holistic development, this is number one, all have spoken on that. Number two is very important. All the faculty members and staff members, they are busy only study and this boring. When my corporate, we have a JIS head office. So JIS head office, when they come to my college, they say, sir, your faculty members are so happy because today you are doing this Ravindra Jayanti, tomorrow you are doing tech fairs, then cultural fairs, these lot of stars are coming and you are enjoying. But in a corporate sector, we are stuck off, our life is stressed. Absolutely. So it is equally good for our faculty members, all the teachers present out here, they will also agree that our teachers and staffs also, they are also engaging in this kind of activities along with the students, and it is indirectly benefiting them also. On the other hand, yes, it has to be balanced, because only involving students on their passionate field will not solve the problem, but because the education, the mainstream, the academics, okay, that has to be emphasized, so that students do not get much diverse towards these activities. But the last 20 years experience, or particularly last 10 years experience of mine, that yes, when the students comes and enroll, and if you put them in their passionate field, as all the teachers, sir and madam has spoken, that my college also is having 14 clubs and all are having clubs. So when you put down into their interesting field, so it does not get hampered. But yes, care has to be taken.
There should be a balance in all respect. And I think this is the mood, or this is everything of the panelists who are present here. So it is an excellent session. We learned many things from all of you, that is from a holistic approach, from well-being, mental and physical well-being, and also the responsibility of us towards nature, to our society, how we can contribute, means our student can contribute, as because they are already citizen of this country. As a responsible citizen, how they can contribute. So in summary, we can summarize this, that the extracurricular activity or co-curricular activity is a supplementary and complementary of our main syllabus, because a syllabus, conventional syllabus, may produce a good student, but extracurricular, a good syllabus along with extracurricular activity, co-curricular activity aligned with the society, may produce a total human being, a perfect citizen for our next generation to come. Thank you very much, all of you. I would like to request Shivam to take the.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, in fact, you will see, like, we have named this online summit itself as Career and Personality Development. So I think extracurricular and co-curricular activity, the way we call it, it is very essential when we are talking about overall personality of a person, because that is what is defining what is going to be the personality of a person.
Absolutely.
And today, the way we are saying, it's not just about acquiring knowledge. You need to develop yourself as a responsible and awake individual. When we are talking about an awake individual, it is all about, like, sir, you were talking about, they need to have that, sense of empathy, a sense about what is going on in environment, a sense about what is going on in society, all those things. And today we are all talking about man and machine. So I think as time go by, it will be much more distinct, like human and machine. So when we are talking about a technical knowledge or, any skill, machine, we don't know, like the way AI is coming. So machines is going to be, of much more importance when we are talking about technically implementing anything. But when we talk about the human thing, I think curricular activities is going to build the personality, which end of the day is going to make this distinction more and more clear. So with all this, and thank you everybody for giving your insights. Thank you, Rupkatha ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Sen. Thank you, Bidisha ji. Thank you, Dr. Das. So with this, we conclude this session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye. Take care.